A very good morning to all of you. Let us start the day by presenting our humble pranams to the lotus feet of His Holiness. Today, the schedule is 2 oration lectures and we have 4 talks. The first oration lecture to begin with is with Dr. Divakar Goli. Before we start that, I invite the chairperson and the co-chairperson, Dr. Murugan V, Principal, Dayanand College of Pharmacy, and Dr. Selina D'Souza, Professor, PS College of Pharmacy, Ponda, Goa, to occupy their seats on the dais. Thank you, sir and ma'am. Now I request you to kindly introduce our speaker to the audience. I request our speaker, Dr. Divakar Goli, to kindly come on the dais.
Good morning, everybody. Dr. Divakar Goli is a person who needs no introduction in pharma field. Sir is the ex-president of Raffles University and Professor Emeritus of RGUHS and currently the editor of IJPS. Having completed his M.Pharm from Andhra University and PhD in Entrepreneurship Management and Pharmaceutical Sciences from Andhra University, Sir has varied research interests in areas like QMS and quality assurance, drug discovery and development, entrepreneurship development and management, etc. He has a vast working experience in Acharya and B.M. Reddy College of Pharmacy, where Sir has worked as professor and principal, and finally the campus director of Acharya Institutes. Sir has received various grants as principal investigator and has more than 122 publications in reputed national and international journals and has published 3 books. Sir is the editorial member of various journals and has received various awards like IPR's Principal of the Year Award, the prestigious Fellowship Award from the Indian Pharmaceutical Association, to name a few. Under Sir's dynamic leadership, the institutes that he has served has achieved great heights. Sir has visited various countries like Portugal, France, UK, and USA, to name a few. With this brief introduction, I request you, sir, to kindly take over.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. I welcome all the teachers and the delegates for the important session of today, that is Ahmad Sharaf Memorial Lecture. Now I request the speaker to take up the dais. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome to this session of Professor M.L. Sharaf Memorial Lecture. At the outset, I thank Professor Suresh, Dr. Pramod for inviting me, for delivering this great memorial lecture. Thank you. I also thank all of you for being with me here. Thank you so much. What I do is, I have no title. My lecture has no title. Would you like all of you with me? Please raise your hand if you are with me. Yeah, so I have an assignment. At the end of the lecture, I'll take about 20 minutes. I have 9 slides, including this and the thank you. Okay, so there are 7 slides, and then I'll take around 20 minutes out of 40, and then we'll have some interaction. We'll learn together. Then I request all of you to prepare a title for this topic. At the end of the lecture, if you can give a title, and I request the chairperson and co-chairperson to select a title, and the best title will get my pen. Is it okay? All right. And this is a Platini pen of quartz model. And of course, this is my pen, okay? Especially for the person, whoever it is. Are you ready? Thank you. Yeah. The thing is, I have 3 issues. The issue is, the dilemma of the teachers. How the teachers, today's teachers, make the students learn, because the students, today's students have got every student has got a smartphone in their hand, right? And most of them have got a very short attention span. Within 5 minutes, 10 minutes, they will look for here and there are change. And some of them not even attend the lectures or classes. Then how will you make them to learn? Okay, that is one question. Now the good news is we have methods to engage the students. We have methods to make them accountable and responsible. I'll discuss these 3 things. How will you empower the students? You can empower the students by restructuring the method, the teaching and learning method. How you do that? Use flipped class methods, experiential learning methods, micro teaching methods or micro learning methods, project based, practice based, problem based. And I'm sure some of you are using these techniques, and others, if you are not using, please learn and practice. You can also empower the students by assessing in a different way. What do we do in a regular class? We prepare, and some of us will stuff in the nose the lecture, go to the class, release it, give some notes, and some teachers will give the questions and go back, come on next day, conduct the examination, do evaluation, assess them and give the marks, gradings or marks, and then assessment over. Please avoid that. The problem with that system is you don't know whether the student really learned or not. If they are cheated, copied, the better way is talk to them, invite them to participate in the discussions. By that way, you will also find out if the student has got any fear, whether they are going through anxiety, whether they have confidence or lack of confidence, many other things, attributes, attitudes you will learn, and please give them back the feedback. When you give them feedback, then the students will get empowered and then they'll start learning. Switch roles, reverse the role, let the students take the lectures. But of course, for that, we need to take more time to train them. If you have to make the student to speak for 20 minutes, then you have to sit with them through 3 hours, 4 hours, or maybe 3 to 4 days to make them prepare for taking a lecture. Please do that. Please say yes to technology. Yesterday we were going through, AR, VR, MR, or whatnot. All the virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality. Technology does not mean Zoom. Technology does not mean taking lectures on Zoom or on Google Meet or Microsoft things. Put some, animated lectures. Take the students outside for a visit to the field or to the industry, wherever, even onto the ground. Start talking to them, speak to them about the topic and let them learn. The purpose of all these things is to make them to feel free to speak. If You give them the freedom to speak, then they will ask questions, and then there is a learning that happens. Please adopt these things. Use rewards, recognitions, put them, show something, no? A carrot. Maybe some of them will come forward to learn, and they will learn. The learning really happens. How do you make them accountable? You can empower them. Now tell me, what is the salary of the student? How many students are there here? Can you tell me what is your salary? First year B Farm student, or first year M Farm student, or second year student, or third year, fourth year? Can somebody shout? What is the salary? No, what is your expenditure? Okay. What is your monthly expenditure? Approximately? Liar, 6,000 rupees. Do you think the monthly expenditure of a student is 6,000 rupees? M-Farm? 15,000? No. Okay, do one thing. Let us calculate. Tuition fees, how much? I'm talking about a B-Farm student, okay? And lowest 50,000 rupees to 2.5 lakh rupees per annum, okay? This per year expenditure. Hostel fees, food, clothes, facial, it all costs money. Grooming, it costs money. And somebody is sponsoring. Father, mother, brother, sister are some sponsorer. Somebody is paying you money, right? This is the total expenditure. I will come back. I will come to the transportation, travel, when you have this, and then the backseat expenditure. Right? It's not a girlfriend. It's a girl to girlfriend, or boy to boyfriend, or girl to boy, boy to girl. No, any combination. There is a backseat, and that costs expenditure. And who is paying for that? Somebody is paying. It is all cost you. It's all a part of, because you are a student, it's costing you. Your birthday, your friend's birthday, somebody else's birthday, it will all cost money. And lot many other expenditure, right? So the minimum is 1.5 lakh rupees to 5.5, 6 lakh rupees. Maybe anything 15,000 rupees to 50,000 rupees per month. If you calculate this, per month expenditure, yesterday I was talking to some volunteers, and they were saying that it's 50,000 rupees. When I calculated, they calculated it's 50,000 rupees per month. From the students, it's much more. Instead of this, if you got it costs you more. Somebody has got a Samsung and somebody has got an iPhone, it costs more. Now tell me, when you are spending so much amount of money, what do you give back? Accountability is there, right? Give and take. What is that you are giving back? What is expected out of that? 15,000 or 50,000 or whatever amount it is. Now, the next question is, how do you make them responsible? When you make the accountability, then there comes a responsibility. Now tell me, you are an M-Farm student? B-Farm. Okay, what is the qualification of a B-Farm student? 12th class? First year B-Farm, the qualification of the student, the person is 12th class. Or a B-Farm, see, for the M-Farm student, 18 years age, 12th class pass out. If your father and mother says, or if your sponsor says, beta, sorry, I can't afford, please go and do work. Somebody is working as a technician, somebody is working in the catering, somebody is working on the road, somebody is working somewhere else as an attendant, or in a Pizza Hut, the salesperson. What is that they are paid? Same qualification, same education, or same age. What is the salary you get if you go outside this college and do some work? Start earning money. How much you think you'll get? How much you think you'll get? 5,000 rupees, where your tuition fees is 50,000 rupees. And maybe if you go in Bangalore, you may get 10,000-15,000 rupees. At least 3 times more than what you are spending now. What the student is spending now. They are spending 15,000 rupees or 50,000 rupees, and they actually deserve, unka aukat kya hai? What they deserve? 5,000 or 15,000 rupees. And they are already drawing more. Tell me, how much they get after completing B Farm or after completing M Farm? How much they get? You know it very well. If you have children, you know it much better. Now, when somebody is getting a technician or a caterer, or somebody is getting a salesperson is getting that much amount of money, how many hours they work? 8 to 10 to 12 hours. And what is the job of the student? When they are getting 15,000 to 50,000 rupees, how many hours they should work? Unfortunately, 24 hours per day will become less. And if by chance, if you do something more than 10 hours, next day there will be a hospital bill. It will cost the parent more. Well, not required. You need not work for 20 hours, 24 hours. Please ask your students to work for that 10 hours in a day. 6 hours or 7 hours in the classroom, in the class, and another 3 hours in the hostel or in the room. Enough. Tell me, I will challenge, if somebody uses that 10 hours with Sunday holiday, festival holiday, all holidays as when they are on a job. If they put that 10 hours on the job of the study or learn, that is a job they are expected to do. If they do it, I'm sure they will get first class distinction or the best of the jobs. Make students responsible. And how will you make them responsible? You can make them responsible. You can make them accountable. How do you make them? When we become responsible and accountable, then we can make the other person responsible and accountable. Okay, you with me? Are you with me? Yeah. Can I ask you to do something? Please listen. Listen and do what I say. Okay? Can you raise the left hand, all of you, please. I request everyone. Left hand up, make your fist. Left hand, make your fist. Raise your index finger. Bring the hand forward. Take to the right, take to the left, and then bring immediately and touch your left cheek. Yeah, I said left cheek. And what you have done, most of them, you have put it here where I have put. You know what? Students do what you do, they don't do what you say. Children do what you do, they don't do what we say. They are watching you and me everywhere, inside and outside, in the classroom and outside the classroom. बोलता कुछ है और करता कुछ और है. They don't believe. If you want them to make responsible, if you want them to feel accountable and responsible, please be accountable. Please be responsible. And you can empower them. That's the teachers, okay? Teachers doing to the students. And how do you empower the teachers? How do you empower the teachers? What is empowerment? What is power? When you make something, when you do something, it's okay. It's giving something to get the work done. Okay, applying that. Power can be, okay, power is 3 types. There's a positional power. Some of us have got a power because we are on a position. Because you are a HOD, because you are a principal, because you are a director or a dean or a vice chancellor, or because of you are a teacher, because you are a mother, you are a father, you have a position. And because of the position, you have certain resources with you, where you control the resources. If you say, I will not give the leave, then you have a power. You can improve this power by getting authority. But is that sufficient? We'll see. A relational power. You can get more power when you get related to the people, when you network, when you be associated with certain professional organizations, wherever it is. Simple. If you get a friendship with Prime Minister Modi, you become powerful, right? Yes or no? You become powerful the moment you get associated with somebody who is there on a higher position. You can improve that you can improve that, your power. Of course, this requires coordination, cooperation, collaboration, because this relational power is a two-way thing. If you don't do something for others, the other person will not do anything for you. If you want to have a collaboration with any other person in any part of the world, you must learn to give it to the other person. The more you give, the more you get. And then the personal power. You can improve the personal power by being trustworthy. Be man of word. What you say, do it. What you do, say it. And if that's all the qualities, say what you do and do what you say. And that's power. When somebody says, "Arey wo bolta hai to karta hai," then you are a powerful person. They believe you. Make sure you teach and you become yourself powerful by this way. Improve your self-confidence. There are a lot many techniques. Improve your knowledge. If you don't know the subject, then you will lose the authority or power in front of your students. You will lose the respect. If you want to increase your respect, if you want to be more powerful, improve your domain knowledge. Improve the technical competence, the skills. Do it. Improve the communication skills. It should be compelling communication skills. Add charisma to yourself. You can improve your personal power by accomplishing certain things that with merit and that has got admiration. Wow, usko mila hai. I should also. You get it. Relate with people. Be empathetic. When you understand, then you will get power. If you don't know what is going on the other side of the life, you don't know. Some teacher comes suddenly and asks leave and say, "Kal bhi le liya." Nahi, you don't learn that leave. You really don't know what is that person going through. Find out. Be empathetic, understand the person, then take decisions. Having power is useless unless you apply. And power can be two-way, right? You can destroy, you can use it for construction. It's all about it. Apply the power, whether it is authority or it is relational or personal power. Then only you will get the things done. Now, for that you need to influence people. You should know how to influence people, how to persuade people. Simply giving an order to your juniors, you may not get the work done, even though you have a positional power. They may not do it. When you persuade them, when you influence and persuade, they really get connected and they may do much better way. You need to be a good leader, not a manager, not a boss. Well, my experience. I joined Acharya Institute, Acharya and BMD College of Pharmacy in 1997 as assistant professor and then in charge principal. And my chairperson, Mr. Premnath Reddy, he always used to tell me, "Sir, see Shivanand sir." Professor Shivananda was the principal of Alamein College, and he was the top principal at that time in Bangalore, not only in Bangalore but in entire Karnataka. He and Suresh sir, they were the topmost people in South India. And then after 3-4 months, he said, "You are the principal. And see, you should be number one. Your college should be this. Oh, sir, it's my alarm. Okay." Then I said, "You wanted us to be number one, best thing. Give me power, no, sir. Give me full power. Then let's see what I'll do." He asked me one thing, "Sir, tell me where is this power available in which shop? We'll go and buy 1 kg. Power is not available anywhere. Nobody can give you power. You need to empower yourself. You should empower yourself. Other people only can give you some resources. But how you make use of that? That will make you empowered." Okay. Item 3, question or problem or issue number 3. Is our profession empowered? What do you think? Whether our profession is empowered? 75 years of Pharmacy Act. You know, when was this profession of pharmacy started? Or knowledge of medicine? Anybody shout? It started with Adam and Eve. If Adam and Eve were not knowing about the medicine, we would not have been born. Yes or no? Without medicine, they could not have survived, because those problems, that time there was no technology and clothes and other things. They would have been knowing something, some properties of some, jari buti or the natural products, and they would have used it. They survived. That's why we are all here. Along with the human being, the medicine has come. But in India, who respects the pharmacists? You go and tell outside the gate and say pharmacist. Who? Nobody knows. Same pharmacist is respected in US, and every one of us, we wanted to go to US. But what the pharmacist is doing there in US, we don't want to do that here. You do what they are doing, you will also get that what they are getting. Go to the school, 4th standard student, 5th standard student. What do you want to become? Doctor, nurse, Fauzi, police wala, computer wala, and whatnot. Teacher. They want to become so many things. How many of you watched the advertisement of MTS? MTS space AD, you type in YouTube, you will get the first advertisement, see it. What it says, simply, in a delivery room in a hospital, the doctor will go and see whether the baby is coming out or not from the womb of the mother. When he go and looks into the baby is coming out and say, poking the nose of the, eye of the doctor. Doctor gets, what is this? Baby comes out, takes the mobile from the hands of the nurse, checks it out, Google, how to cut the umbilical cord. Say, come, take the knife and cut the umbilical cord, rolls down onto the bed, takes the laptop and go to the social site and updates his status. Just born. Today's children are learning things from the womb of the mother like Abhimanyu. They are coming out. Yesterday, one speaker was saying his daughter of some few months, she knows how to open and use the YouTube. She doesn't even know how to speak. Computer started only in 1970s. But today everybody knows it. Why the Adam and Eve time medicine or pharmacist is not known to anybody? Think about it. When your children go to the school for a fancy dress competition, what they show themselves as or dress themselves as? Again, all that. Have you seen any child in the school saying that I'm a pharmacist? Not even your child and my child. Have you seen a textbook where it is mentioned about the professionals? It is mentioned a goldsmith, potterman, ironsmith, many other professionals, postman. Have you seen a pharmacist in the book? No. Yesterday, they were saying that in the 9th class, Sunil Athava was saying that in 9th standard books, they are going to incorporate the pharmacist or role. But why not in the 4th standard? Have you seen pharmacists doing strike? Leave that one person who is doing in Jantar Mantar, no? Have you seen? I have seen junior doctors, senior doctors, everybody, nurses, even police. I have seen the strike people doing, lawyers. I have not seen pharmacists doing strike. PCI website shows 80,600 odd faculty members. It shows 3,680 institutions. And yesterday, NK Jain sir was saying that there are about 3.5 lakh intake in D Farm and B Farm, and M Farm and Farm D he did not include. So 3.5 4 lakh students are taking admission every year into the pharmacy programs, D Farm, B Farm, M Farm, Farm D, whatever. That many number of passing out. Simple calculation, you see, if 3,600 into 60 students, it will be more than 2.2 lakh students, right? 2 to 4 lakh students are passing out. Graduates are qualified people passing out with pharmacy diploma, degree, or whatever the programs or qualifications are, the certificates. With 80,000 students, what is the membership of APTI? Hardly 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, I don't know. What is the membership of IPA? 12,000 people. Indian Pharmaceutical Association, started by the great Professor M.L. Shroff. He was the one who started IJPS. He was the one who started IPCA, Indian Pharmaceutical Congress Association. But what is the membership of that? Every year, 2-4 lakh people are passing out. In 80 years of the presence of IPA, attend this existence, we don't even have 12,000. And out of 12,000, please remember 2,000 I have made them from one college. Where are the remaining people? That's the reason we don't have a unity. We don't have a unity. Yes, sir. Okay, 11,355. But what is the percentage? My purpose is not the numbers. My thing is what is the percentage? What is the number of teachers available out of 80,000? If you have 10,000 or 11,000, what is the percentage? And how many of them are registered for this conference and how many of them are sitting here? Where are they? Everybody is on their own. There is no unity. There is no common purpose for all of us. So nobody bothers about pharmacists. Why will they bother? They will bother only when you have strength to yourself, a vote power. When you are in numbers and when you are in one word, then they will respect you, whether it is a society or whether it is a government or whoever it is. How will you empower the profession? Become united. Encourage your colleagues, your friends, everyone, please let them join APTI, let them join IPA, let them join any other ISCP. Doesn't matter. Let them be united. Let all of us be one. Another problem. Everyone who pass out the D Farm, B Farm, even PhD student, everybody wanted to put a stethoscope in the neck and wanted to show themselves as a doctor. Why can't we pharmacists? Today, a pharmacist earns more money than a doctor, whether in America or in India. Community pharmacy, unless we go and sit in the community pharmacy, unless our students, qualified people, knowledgeable people sit in the community pharmacy, in the medical shop and then do service to the people does not recognize the pharmacy profession. If we sit in the glass houses, we will not get recognition. We have to be on the street with the people, among them and explain them. Tell me. And that is a real tribute. When you get a recognition in the society, ordinary public recognizes, they never ask who is a doctor, who is an engineer, who is a lawyer. They all know. Similarly, they should know who is a pharmacist. They also know nurse. A teacher for me should be like a matchstick. Big body with a small head, And the job of this teacher, job of this matchstick. What is the job of the matchstick? Aag lagane ka, igniting. Teacher must have that and ignite the students to learn. You need not give the information. Information is available with the touch of a button. जब मैं स्कूल में पढ़ा था ना, when I was studying, I was not having access to the information. But today's students, they have information. So if you are giving information in the classroom, they won't come. Give them experiential learning, not incremental learning. When you do that, okay. Can I ask you, do one more exercise along with me? Raise the right hand, please. Right hand, open your palm, turn back your palm, turn, face it back, and tap on your back. Appreciate yourself. Good job done. Well done. Thank you so much. For you sitting here and listening to me. No, I was actually listening to my voice and then the pin drop silence here. I don't know what happened. Thank you so much. Let us serve the nation through pharmacism. Pharmacism is my religion. I invented this word in about 20 years before, and I'm using this in all my status places. I invite you all to embrace this profession of pharmacism. Whatever our personal religion, as a professional, let us have one religion, pharmacism. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I'm ready.
Thank you, Dr. Divagar Goli, for the nice presentation. Now the session is open for the questions.
Any questions, any doubts about what I was speaking or how to empower the students? Okay, don't forget, please take a paper and write the title and please send it. Volunteers, please collect it, whoever is there, and whatever they select, you are not entitled for writing. So it should be only for the people there in the front or back, anywhere. Whoever it is writes, you will get entitled for this. Please don't write your name, and write only your telephone number on the back side of the paper, because writing the name influences the right. You know how to influence, how to make power, get the things done. So please don't try to influence those people. Write a topic and give it. Thank you so much. Anything? Thank you. Shall I do one more exercise? Yeah. United, no? Do you like this, my presentation? Please appreciate. Okay, do one thing. Appreciate louder. Please give good clap. Thank you. Do one thing. Now, do one thing. Listen. I say clap, clap, clap 3 times. Okay? What? I say clap, clap, clap 3 times, and I expect all of you in one go, only 3 claps. Clap, clap, clap. Okay? Now, the thing is, I'm saying after I say 3 times clap, you will all do 3 times. No 4th, 5th, 6th are clap. Okay? Is that okay? I will explain why I am doing this. Ready? Here we go. Clap, clap. Please listen. I say 3 times, I say clap. After 3 times, you will make 3 times. Okay? Ready? Clap, clap, clap. No, not 4th time. Not 4th time. Only 3. Do it powerfully. And then we will see how it will be normal claps and how we do it 3 claps at one time, and listen the sound, you know how it resonates. Ready? Clap, clap, clap. Now, normal claps. You understand the difference in being together, being at one, focus and concentration. Thank you. Some water.
From the beginning till the end, you want to confirm that all the delegates, whether they are awaking or still they are sleeping. Not only that, even in between also, yes, confirm that yes, we are concentrate on his talk. Anyway, yes, done a wonderful delivery in his speech, how the pharmacist should be. Yes, enlighten about the usage of smartphone, how the students are in the class, what are the reverse learning techniques. Not only that, using the technology, how we can go ahead with the smart board as well as micro teaching. Then, yes, briefed us how the accountability is important during the teachings. And also, yes, emphasize on how to go empowered teaching, like the position or the professions. Finally, yes, send up is talk. We should have the unity. Whatever the association may be, finally, you have to show our strength by unity. So this, I thank the speaker for the wonderful talk the morning. Thank you.
Oh, you got it? Wonderful. Yeah. Yeah, you can.
No,
This is
no, finally.
your choice, whatever.
I cannot.
See, the purpose of getting the title, the purpose is to make sure you get engaged. I said teacher must make the people think. That's the purpose of the teacher. My purpose was to put a fire, ignite the fire. Wherever I go, I try to put the fire under the chair of the teachers and the students, Because for me, the teachers and the students, they are like rockets. Rocket will reach its destination only when you give it a direction and then give a fire. If you don't give the direction, it will go and fall into the ocean. It is useless. If you want it to reach its destination, whether it is moon or star, wherever it is its location, then you should give the direction and then you should put the fire, and your students will reach there, wherever they are, where they wanted to, and they will get it whatever they wanted. And you can accomplish, you can get whatever you want as a teacher. Yes, sir. So it's just only to keep you engaged. You can do the same thing. See, whatever I said, I try to do it except implementing the technology. All right. I wanted to use a Prezi presentation, but I had some difficulties, and then I have given up, and then I have made another one on PPT. But you can do prezi.com and you'll find out good methods, new way of making presentations. Very wonderful presentation, Prezi. Right? Yeah.
Okay. We have received number of titles. Finally, the pen goes to the title, Pharmacist and Empowerment to the Profession, Unity. This, I don't know who has written, his mobile number is 89789938810. Who is the gentleman? Please raise your hand.
No, make a phone call and ensure.
Please come forward.
Whether it is the same or not. You should manage.
The Empowerment of the Profession, Unity. So that was the title which we have selected. Please come, sir.
Yes, sir.
You have to give. I should not give you because it is yours. So you should give.
Please come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. It was a real motivation talk, and we have started our day with the right thing. So thank you very much. Now I request our chairperson and co-chairperson to kindly felicitate our speaker, Dr. Diwakar Goli. Dr. Pramod Kumar sir and Balmihidar sir to kindly felicitate our chairperson and co-chairperson, Dr. Murugan V, Principal, Dayanand College of Pharmacy, and Dr. Selina, Professor, PS College of Punda, Goa.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Moving on to the next talk, promoting research culture. I take the privilege of inviting the chairs of this session, Dr. B. Ramesh, Principal, Adichunchanagiri College of Pharmacy, Karnataka. Please welcome, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. Rajshekaran, Principal, Icon College of Pharmacy, Bangalore. Thank you, sir. Moving on to the first speaker, Dr. Rajesh K. Goel, Professor, Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences and Drug Research, Punjabi University. Sir, please welcome. Now I request Dr. B. Ramesh sir to kindly introduce the speaker.
Yeah. Good morning, all of you. May I request co-chair Dr. Rajshekaran to introduce the speaker to the audience.
Good morning, one and all. Today we have Rajesh Kumar Goyal, the speaker for the session. He is a professor of pharmacology and former dean, Faculty of Medicine, and head Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences and Drug Research, Punjab University, Patiala. He was the director of IQAC, Punjab University, Patiala, since 2019 and continuing coordinator, Ruza, Punjab University, Patiala, from 2019 and still continuing. And he is a member of Project Review Committee to Government of Italy, South Africa, UAE, India. He is a panel expert in NAC, AICTE, PCI, and PTO, and reviewer to many journals of Springer, Elsevier, Wiley, Mednow, and many other journals. And is a member of various societies like Society of Neuroscience, member of IUPHAR, FARFA, Pharmacology for Africa, member of PG Curriculum Committee, PCI, life member Indian Pharmaceutical Association, Indian Pharmacological Society, Indian Neurological Society, and APTI. And he has around 101 peer-reviewed journals publications. And the highest impact factor which has brought in the journal is 11.5, and he has guided around 11 PhD students and guiding two students currently. With this small introduction, I request the speaker, Dr. Rajesh Kumar Goyal, to take up this session.
Thank you very much, sir, for the kind introduction. After the igniting talk of Dr. Divakar Goli, I don't know how much I will be able to justify my talk because I'm a little slow in speaking. So please bear with me because he's a very enthusiastic speaker earlier. So this is a look of my campus, where from I am, Punjabi University, Patiala. So as I told at the onset, I would like to thank the organizing committee, Professor T. Pramod and Professor B. Suresh, for inviting me for this talk. There's a little confusion that I was asked to give a talk on this topic, and I was given a slot like for 1 hour and 20 minutes earlier. So I thought the talk will be long. I made like that, but I'll try to justify in 20 minutes as it was informed to me. So promoting research culture is the need of the hour. Let's see what is there. Okay, so we'll be trying to introduce, because most of the things are related to the students. So I'll try to make that student to be attentive for this lecture, because now national education policy, new education policy, it says that we should have a research component in the undergraduate level too. So we'll try to see what is research, what it demands, and what is the research culture, and so on. So what we mean by research? I've put some quotes. Searching again. We'll say research. We are trying to search something again, or we are trying to search something which is not yet known. Okay, not, I'm deliberately said K and OT because there's a not which is there. We would like to open it. We like to see what is there, and that is another thing, to find new information. Okay, we can find some new information or new application of the available information, or number of things we can say about research. But in general, what we say research is basically it's a planned activity to understand serendipities, or to planned activities to understand the natural phenomena. So what research demands? The first and foremost thing, aim. Yesterday, Dr. V. Suresh was talking that many of the students or many of the teachers, what they're doing, they're taking up a plant and trying to extract it and then do some pharmacological activity and publish it. It's a very easy way to get an aim. So it is very difficult to get a proper aim to do research and to find a research problem. So for that, you have to have different aids nowadays which you can use. Accurate observation and description is another thing. So if you have, like Dr. Goli said, that we should preach, not only preach, we should lead by practice. We have to understand that how you are performing experiment, how you're training the students to do experiment. If they will be able to do it well, then you will be the right teacher, the right mentor for them. Gathering data from primary sources is another thing which we do. Then resourcefulness, I put it rightly in blue color. The reason is, if you are not resourceful enough, those who have completed their PhDs, those who have been in research, they know that resourcefulness is very, very important when we take up a research project or research problem to solve it. Patience, another thing which we need, because it takes long time to, you can say, solve the issues. Then validation by reproducibility. This is also missing. We usually do one experiment and they say, okay, this drug is active for this purpose, or this drug is not active for this purpose. But are we able to reproduce the results? That is very important. Then only we can have, you can say, the right impact of our research. Careful recording is again the same thing. The next is courage and openness to accept what we think may be wrong. Your hypothesis may be wrong. I have seen many theses till date, whatever they think, that is proved. Next day you'll find, okay, you thought this, okay, this is proved by my experiments. It is not happening. I have published more than 7-8 papers in negative results, journal of negative results, because what we thought was not possible. It was not there. So you have to find the reasons for that, but definitely you have to accept whatever hypothesis we are making, it is not always to be proved. Next is most essential thing, research culture. We should have a good culture. like we are in the JSS college, there must be some good culture that people are joining this institution. Or there are IITs, there are IIMs, people are joining those institutions. Why? Because they might be having some good culture practices which are attracting students to them. Okay, so this research culture, what we mean by research culture, everything which is available in the institute that can be composite of that is the research culture. You can see it can be the values, ideas that researchers use to handle research problems. Then it is the combination of all activities, all the thinking, all the collaborations and cooperations carried out to promote the research by faculty members. So if you take all these things, the culture will develop only if you are going to have, what we'll say, the right thing at right time. And if we are doing this, then the culture will develop in a very beautiful way. So what we mean by developing culture? So as I told you, it is now necessary that we should inculcate the culture in the undergraduate level. I'll tell you a story. When I was teaching only undergraduate, I was having only BPharm students with me. At that time, it is, I'm talking about 95, 96 or so. At that time, the students were not interested in research. In the last semester, being in pharmacology, I told them we should go for prescription evaluation. We should know what is the what are the different trends, prescribing trends of the drugs. And you will see, interestingly, this was not even happening in the NIPER by that time when we were doing it in the undergraduate level. So the students found it interesting. They did this, and they are going to have very good rewards for this. They were well absorbed in the countries abroad as a pharmacist, because that information was required to them. So incorporating research culture into organization culture is means if there is no research, then you should say we should do research. Now, how to do research? Many of us BPharm students, if they are there, we ask them to record blood pressure. Okay, and many teachers will also watch for this. That whenever we say that you should record blood pressure, they say, sir, we know how to record blood pressure. Once they will be trained, they will be knowing it, and they will put a stethoscope on this brachial artery, and they'll say, sir, I'm listening lub and dub. Okay, without inflating, with inflation, they will be saying that I'm listening lub and dub. Is it there? It is never there. That if you will put a stethoscope here, you won't see any noises there. You will be hearing. Okay, so what the noise which we are hearing is connect of noise, and that is happening. My teacher, as a teacher also, I have took my students to the dam. If you see on the dam, on the backside of the dam, there is very peace. And when you go to the other side of dam, where the water is released, there's a lot of noise. I said, this is the noise which is coming. It is not lubbed up. Okay, this is how you have to go and tell the students and tell how it is doing. Then I asked them, they said how blood pressure is regulated, for example. They recorded blood pressure. I asked one student, go downstairs and come up within 2 minutes. From the second floor, he came up, and then we again recorded his blood pressure. The blood pressure was, systolic blood pressure was up. Okay, then I asked him to take a rest for some time. After taking rest, he said, again, we recorded his blood pressure. It was normal. So this is how I said the blood pressure is regulated in this. So by experiential learning, as I told you, we can tell them better, and we can make them how to execute what we think, and in a researcher way. Implanting a research subculture within organization culture, currently having distinct teaching subculture. Most of the time, yesterday it was, we talked that we are more fan of theory. Okay, we are always talking about theory classes are important. Theory exams are important. Practical exams and practicals are not taken that seriously. I don't know the reason, but people are more after the theory. The theory is more important to them. But in teaching institute, if we are going to inculcate research, then that will be only with the help of some experiential learning, which we are inducing in that. So we cannot just like seed something in an institute and we'll say that it will grow as a research. So you have to work on it. So one of the practices, for example, Government of India or UGC planned that we should inculcate research in academic institutions by making some publications mandatory to PhD. Now, these policies were made to stimulate the researchers that they should do research. But what was the outcome? The outcome is really dangerous to us. You see, no doubt the intent to introduce research culture was laudable, but trying to achieve this goal through international publications made something different to us. They were thinking of certain problems which are of distant lands. They're not addressing the Indian issues. The problems which were addressed were of distant lands, and they were trying to address those problems because only those problems addressed in research are accepted by international journals. That is a big issue. So the policy of requiring international publications, they will be, that is not went well with this. So this turns the very purpose of research to its head. Instead of doing research in order to serve society, faculty start doing research so that they can get it published, treating publication as the end of the research. This is not the end of the research. This is basically the start of your research. So how is the research culture in India, if you see? It's largely missing due to lack of collegiality and singularity of the purpose. Most of the publications happen due to individual initiatives for promotional needs rather than as a purposeful collection or collective effort. Yesterday, it was discussed with Dr. Suresh, as he was saying, Dr. B. Suresh, he was saying that we do not collaborate within department, within institute, and intra-institution collaboration is missing. The one thing he was saying is that we are afraid of that if we will sharing our knowledge with someone, he may take the advantage of that and that will not be the good thing. So we avoid that sort of collaboration, but on the other side, it is good for us. So as a majority of our institutions do not have institutional research thrust. This is a very, very big issue. According to me, that if you are having an institutional research thrust, then your resources will be pooled, your efforts will be pooled, and you will be able to do a conclusive research, translational research in that area. That is very important. As a result of this goal, faculty turned towards addressing unfamiliar problems of distant lands. We have talked about that. They tend to undermine the long-term goal of building an indigenous research culture to address the problems of our society. So if this is happening, then our research culture will not improve. So we have to have institutional trust. We have to have a national mandate. Many of us are working on Alzheimer's disease. Many of us are working on some other disease, which is not affecting us too much, but we have to think of what our society needs. So research shouldn't be about getting published in global journals. It's about addressing our needs in a collective fashion. That has to be instilled. So research should be responsive to the changing needs also. We cannot fix a frame. I've seen that many people say, I'm working in this area from last 20 years, from last 25 years. So what is the innovation in that area? That has to be taken care. So research should be responsive to changing needs and demand of the society. And further, the teachers need to be instilled with the responsibility that it's not just for classroom, it's also for community and for global practice. So that's when the knowledge is shared to everyone in the community. It's when there is a innovation of new knowledge. So there are factors which affect academic research culture. So let's talk about these factors. Environmental factors. So first is environmental factors. What is the collaborative situation in your institution? How you collaborate with people? Mentoring. Which type of mentoring the institution is providing to the mentors? Then encouraging group environment. How many group discussions are going on? How many group, you can say, debates are there on the topics which are to be taken for research by the institution? Communication between faculty members and head of the departments. Provision of resources and facilities for professional development of faculty members. So all these things affect the research output and research culture of an institution. So there are certain institutional factors. Arrangement of research-oriented workshops. How many research-oriented workshops are conducted in an institute? Okay, in the aspect of publishing and increasing the number of research articles. So like there are many conferences which are going on how to write a manuscript, how to write a grant, and all these things are going on from last many years. So what is the impact? We have to just study that. Sending emails and letters to the teachers for providing information about research output enhancing opportunities. So if your principal, if your director is communicating with you, these are certain opportunities where you can work, where you can improve on. So you should avail these opportunities. Lack of time for research activities is a major hindrance of other research activity. If you are asking your teacher to take a load of 25 or 26 hours a week, and then you're expecting that he should also be a very good researcher, then I think there will be an issue with it. Faculty members do research for the sake of promotion and recognition. We know all of us have been promoted, and you were saying how much APA score is required, how many number of publications are required. We should do at least that by hook or crook, and then we'll go further. So time and departmental duties. This is again thing. In Punjab, recently what happened, the new chief minister, he said there will be no non-academic duties for the school teachers. Earlier, the school teachers were involved in all the type of election duties, census, and other things. They were more outside the school than in the school. So same thing will happen with the university teachers and college teachers. If they are having selected duties which are not, you can say, non-academic duties, then it will be good. The personal factors, as everyone is talking from last 2 days, knowledge domain, research knowledge has to be there. Knowledge domain has to be improved for everyone. Research experience, it comes with time, but it comes with exposure also. Like yesterday, it was said that you should visit good labs in India and abroad. So that will give you a more exposure, how the research is going on and how to improve that. Then encouragement for research activities. How we can encourage the people from research activities, that is the big issue. The research activities should be interesting enough for the faculty and students so that they can take part into it. If they are boring, if they are dry, then the people will not be taking up research as their career. Then research skills. How many skills a person achieves in his research experience, that will depend on, that will dictate how good he is taking up the research career. This is another interesting statement. I may agree or may not agree. I think public will talk about this. That R.A. Mashelkar in one of the science communications said, Irreverence and Indian Science is the title of that particular communication. According to this, he said that science in India cannot grow because there is not a culture of irreverence. Whatever our teacher says, I think he proved this point. He was touching here, we were touching, he was asking to touch it here, and we were touching it here because he was doing like that. So he should not be, we are just following the teacher blindly without questioning. There's no question to him. So if this irreverence will not be there, then the innovation and the research will not grow better. So that has to be there. So you have to show irreverence to your teachers, mentors. You have to have a point of discussion that this may be this like this or other way. So Indian education system is a textbook centered system rather than student system. The student centered discourages inquisitive attitudes at an early age. If you go to school teaching also, many school students, they are not asking questions to the teachers. So that habit goes on and on and on. And when we get the students in the higher education, they are also like that. So whatever is taught, that is okay. We are not going to question it. So the number of others. Second thing, which usually we people say that why research is not good in India is funding. Okay. So the funding is another criteria or factor which is affecting the research output of India. But in Quora, it was found that it is not the case.
Dr. Rajesh, sir, you can wind up in next 5 minutes, please.
Okay, I'll try it.
Please rush through.
I'll try it. So India is having very least funding for the research, R&D, if you talk about GDP. So this is again a debatable thing. So if you see, go through everything, unfortunately, there's many professional universities and professional colleges, they are having lack of research culture. So unless the quality of research and knowledge is created is of higher order, you can't even publish in a good journal, which is being cited by many and it's having its authority in that particular subject. So these are different stages of research culture development in an institute. First one is if you see gestation, then expansion, then maturation. These are the milestones and performance and product of these particular stages. First, gestation, we have production. and then in production is a milestone, and performance is by conducting research. Then the product is writing manuscripts, and then expansion, dissemination, presenting papers and publishing articles, maturation, creation of new knowledge, influencing the policies with that knowledge, and then introducing technology for societal benefit. Well, I'll just skip because there are a number of other things. So even you can have a scaling of your institute for research culture. There are parameters which are available. I'll skip this because there are five factors which are grouped by different questions: working conditions, research collaboration, research infrastructure, institutional research policy, research monitoring, and mentoring is the last one in this. So I'll just skip it. This is a poster which is released by Royal Society of Pharmacy, London. It talks about the culture of research and the future of scientific system. If you see this particular picture depicts all the things which we are talking about. I have put one thing that if you are flexible enough to upgrade your skills, you can have a sustained culture of research in your lab. So I'll try to prove this, that from hypothesis-driven research, we are trying to move to big data-driven research through informatic this. And in this case, this is one thing which we have done. We have tried to see the information of genomic information for a disease because the targets were not known to us. And the other thing which we did is we tried to extract the information from medicinal plants, from Indian medicine plants which are used in that disease, but there is no known mechanism or no known bioactive constituent for that. So we have clubbed this information beautifully, and we found that we can go for combined network pharmacology and virtual reverse pharmacology approaches for identification of potential targets to treat vascular dementia. So this is one disease which we have taken as a case study. We are working on other ones. So similar approach we have used to develop a good animal model, because if you are not having good animal model, the translational research will be affected. Either you should have good, you can say, predictive validity, constructive validity, or face validity. But predictive validity, if it is having good predictive validity, then only the things will be good. So again, we have used the same bioinformatic approach, but here we have tried to find out a target which should be manipulated in the animal so that we can have drug-resistant epilepsy. This was for drug-resistant epilepsy. So this is, we have published this article, Bioinformatic Guided Rotenol Adjuvant Kindling in Mice as a new animal model of drug-resistant epilepsy. So in Wellcome Trust 2020 Research Culture Survey, they asked a few questions from students, postdocs, research scholars. What do you think is the research culture? Okay, so these are the few words which were there: competitive, stressful, tense, and toxic. Okay. Then the next thing, what they found, what three words would you like to describe the current research culture based on your experiences? So you see, there were three things: competitive, collaborative, and pressure. This were the most commonly words. Most common negative words included stressed, insecure, metric challenging, and individualistic. So this is the big issue. So ideal research culture, if you say, should have three qualities. It should be supportive, collaborative, and creative, and that is missing in the survey. So what should be done? I think I'll compile my talk with this particular slide. Indian institutions should incorporate shared research-related values and practices toward building a safe home for testing of new ideas. Resourcing, pooling of resources, collaboration, and other things, they are must now. In a new competitive environment, institutions need to define a strategy that specifies the domain and goals for which it will operate. If we are talking about JSS College of Pharmacy, which area they are going to pick up for research, and that area can be strengthened very easily. But if you are going to talk about multiple areas, then the things will be needing more resources, more human capital, and then the things will not be as effective as it should be. Moving beyond specific practices as publications, India should take up comprehensive views and follow-up action to evolve the right research culture. We should not make it compulsory that it should publish. This can ensure a collective environment for research rather than a few isolated individual research projects. As an individual, I have done a number of projects. I have gained the promotion and I've gained the research experience also. But if I could have done in a collaborative way, then the things could be better. Creating research-friendly physical and administrative facilities in organization are essential. And the government's role to play not as a regulator, but as a facilitator will be a boon for this. So if these changes will allow for bringing different communities from across the research world together, raising the importance of good research culture and creating ambassadors of change, with people taking responsibility of going back to their own institutions and discussing that how we can improve research culture, my talk will be successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rajesh Kumar Goyal. It was a wonderful presentation. You have given an insight about the research culture, and also you have mentioned about subculture and given the example of petri dish culture also. Thank you for a beautiful presentation, and we're sorry for cutting your time.
No issues.
Over to the organizers for next formalities, please.
If there is a query, I'd like to answer it.
Please be seated, sir.
Now I request the chairs to kindly felicitate the speaker. Thank you, sir. Moving on to the next topic, emerging areas in pharmaceutical research. I now request Dr. Vandana, Professor of Pharmaceutics, ICT Mumbai, to kindly come on to the dais.
Welcome, Dr. Vandana Patravale.
Over to the chair, sir.
Dr. Vandana B. Patravale is currently a professor of pharmaceutics at the Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai. She has more than 30 years of teaching and research experience. She has over 200 referred publications with over 9,688 citations and H index of 49. A big congratulations for that, madam. And important to note, she has got 30 granted patents. One more big round of applause for her. 20 patents are in pipeline and 2 trademark registers. She is a convener of APTA Women Forum. You must have seen the Women Forum newsletter, beautifully designed and printed. Thanks for that, madam. And she is a vice president of CRS Indian chapter and editor of CRS IC APTA Women Forum. With this brief introduction, I call upon Dr. Vandana Patravale for her presentation. Over to you, madam, please.
Yeah, thank you for the kind words. And first of all, thanks to the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity. My presentation title, as you know, is Emerging Areas in Pharmaceutical Research. So it's a very vast topic, so please pardon me if there are too many slides. I'll try to do the justice. In fact, in emerging areas in pharmaceutical research, can you switch off the slide, switch on the, this is not going to the next, yeah, it's taking time to go. Yeah, so I come from this very vibrant institute of Chemical Technology, which now has 2 more campuses. This one is at Matunga, Mumbai, but the other 2 are one in Bhubaneswar, Orissa, another one in Jalna. There are many fields where research is going on, but as in fact Professor Suresh mentioned, as well as our chief guest of APTICOM mentioned, there are few very prominent areas, and one of that is artificial intelligence. As you can see here, in fact, this particular market is growing, and it is $22,790 million it was supposed to reach by 2023. But due to COVID pandemic, in fact, already that has been surpassed. And if you can see in the slide, it's the Asia Pacific region which has shown the highest percentage, which is about 53.4 CAGR. That itself explains the importance of this particular area. How does it actually go a full cycle? If you again look at the slide where I have put biology, you can put any of the sciences. So when you have different insights coming from any of the sciences, it definitely will lead to newer and newer questions. So when you have these questions, different technologies would get developed. And once the technologies are getting developed, obviously new data would be generated. And this data would be computed. So you need newer softwares. And then this full cycle continued. So there's iteration and reiteration, making newer and newer hypotheses. So this happens in almost all of the sciences. As a result, what happens is you are going from what was known earlier as descriptive and diagnostic mode to the newer mode, which is predictive and prescriptive mode. So in fact, the future is moving towards that. And as these particular Nobel laureates have mentioned, today computer is just as important tool as test tube. And this, in fact, they were doing research in chemistry in 2013 on proteins and peptides when they felt that the three-dimensional structures of proteins, larger proteins and peptides were not so easy to depict on paper or with ball and stick models, and that's where they took help of computers. So if Nobel laureates said that, definitely there has to be substance. So far people have been using this in computer-aided drug design. But now is the era where we are also using it in pharmaceutics, which we label it as computational pharmaceutics. Then the next question comes, whether it is restricted only to chemistry and physics. Answer is no. You can use this artificial intelligence everywhere, be it preclinical drug development, or be it cellular and biological simulation, any of the fields, meaning whatever are the fields of pharmacy, this is being used. Artificial intelligence is being used, in silico work is being done. By end user, is it restricted to only academia? Answer is no. Again, now industry started using, DDD plus and Gastro plus to predict what would be the fate of drug or fate of drug delivery systems. So industry is using it. Is it being used for commercial use? Answer again is yes. Earlier genotoxicity studies were being done in animals, then it went to cell lines, and now you can actually predict genotoxicity of APIs and intermediates in silico. So a lot of time is saved, as a result of which the revenue is generated. So students really have a bright future if they really get very good training in bioinformatics, and some of the companies are listed here which really are doing very good work and taking our students. So application wise, yes, you do have applications of this in de novo drug discovery, which traditionally we have been doing. A lot of work is being done on drug repurposing. That means repositioning of the approved drug, but against different targets, so that you get newer and newer applications of this. A lot of work in epitope screening. If it was not for this epitope screening, probably your mRNA vaccine would not have come that early. And this is what everyone has emphasized. So this is due to artificial intelligence. We at ICT are using it for almost all these application areas, including polymer screening, permeability studies, as well as physicochemical properties prediction. So a lot of advantages which this particular field offers to you. And in fact, I thought I will take one example. Before that, what is an in silico workflow? You need to start with whether the protein data is available. If it is available from PDB, directly you are going for protein preparation. But if it is not available, the structure is not available, you need to actually decipher it by cryo, TEM, XRD studies, which is a separate field, so it doesn't fit into this talk. But yes, if protein sequence is available, you can move really very fast. Then you look at whether there are templates to build a structure. If there are no templates, you need to go for protein modeling. But yes, if the template is available, you need to go for homology modeling and the protein gets prepared. So once protein is prepared, the next question is of a ligand. So for that also, it's a similar procedure, whether ligand structures are available. If they are available, move ahead, download them. If they are not available, you use ChemDraw or any of those softwares to sketch the molecules. Ligand would be prepared. Next step would be to start with the molecular docking studies. And those of you who are working in this area, it's a routine thing for them. But those of you who are new to this area, this flow chart is really useful how you take up this work. So once a molecular docking is done, you look at whether the scores are high enough. The glide score has to be high. If it is really high, you then move ahead and validate the stability. That means you are looking at RMSD plots. But if the scores are not enough, then you choose different ligand libraries and restart the work. That means you will have to do the ligand preparation work all over again. Once this is done, then look at whether the system is stable. If the system is stable, you are moving forward. If system is not stable, again recheck and look at what modifications I can do in the molecules and proceed for lead optimization. And yes, if the lead optimization has to be done and the structure is optimum, then follows your ADME prediction. And now all this work can be done using artificial intelligence, using in silico studies. But if the molecular structure itself is not optimum, that means you are not getting ADME properties, you need to look at 3D QSAR and then go for ADME prediction. And this is how the whole process moves till you get the desired results in silico so that you can then carry on experimental studies in animals, or before that, if you need to synthesize a molecule, that can be done. So this is a small study which was done using all the softwares which are available free by an undergraduate when the COVID first wave struck. So we started identifying the drug targets of SARS-CoV-2, identifying the active sites, and then we screened T polyphenols. So how does this happen? You can visualize in the slide. You know the targets now. I think everyone knows the target. I need not explain about it. But from Protein Data Bank, the structures were pulled up. So you have the receptor structure. You have the ligands, which you are going to use using UCSF chimera. Then you need to look at what are the binding sites available. So you predict that using AutoSite. All these what I'm mentioning are free softwares. I repeat again, the UCSF chimera and AutoSite. Once that is done, the molecular studies were done. After the molecular dynamic studies, obviously you have something which is called as visualizing microdynamics, basically molecular dynamics, or NAMD, that's nano scale of molecular dynamics. You look at the topology forms. Again, the charm force field which is used is free. After you run it for different seconds, you can see in this video, if you can play the video from there, please. You can see that against the structure which you see as ribbons is a protein structure. That's a spike protein. And what you see in the middle is your T polyphenols. So T polyphenols, for the time it is run, they stay stable within that particular structure. That indicates that definitely T as polyphenols has activity against this particular virus. So outcomes of this study were that both theophlavin as well as black tea had very good in silico activity. Both of them give very good affinity towards spike protein, and therefore they can act as entry inhibitors. So these results were published during COVID time, open access by undergraduate student working from home. And as a result, we were telling people that yes, if you want, you can just take, steam inhalation with tea, that would help. If you can prepare moisturizer using these particular P polyphenols, that is also okay. They will also act as entry inhibitors. This is another case study where we have tried to improve ocular mucus retention, and the hypothesis here is that you understand the structure, anatomical structure, understand what barrier properties are, and then modify what you want to do. So here we have made drug and polymer conjugates, and then these drug and polymer conjugates, if they have to remain in the eye for longer period of time, that means if you are expecting that prolonged release would be there, you want them to be associated with mucin. So if you want them to be associated with mucin, how can you check that? Again, this work was done by in silico studies, and we proved that when we are preparing this facile synthesis, meaning one-step synthesis of drug and polymer reacting, looked at their scores, and very clearly you can see that aqueous solvation energy has changed. So drug here is a representative molecule, which I'm showing, which is Norflox. The value is -113, but when you are using it along with the polymer, the aqueous solvation energy as well as QP log S actually increases. And that, for those of you who are really familiar with QSAR type of studies, you can see that a lot of hydrogen bonding take place. Now, these indicate that there will be association of this drug polymer conjugate with the mucin for longer period of time. And then, of course, we went ahead, did the in vitro release studies, as well as we looked at the mucoadhesion studies. So we proved that whatever had to be given 3 to 4 times in a day, now by using this drug polymer conjugate, we could give 1 time a day, and this platform technology has been actually transferred to industry. What I'm bringing to your notice is that role of in silico studies were very important here for us to move forward really fast. All of you are familiar with nanoparticles, but this one slide explains what are the advances taking place in nanoparticles. Passive delivery, all of you, I'm sure, would have done by now, but you can modify the structure. Now, not only small molecules can be encapsulated, you can encapsulate nucleic acid, proteins, receptor agents, etc. in nanoparticles. Please keep in mind, one mistake which people do is understand that nucleic acid, siRNA, all of them are negatively charged. So you will have to bind it with cationic moieties before encapsulating it if you are aiming at higher encapsulation efficiency. You can change the morphology and charge. Also, if you want to look at active targeting, nowadays you are actually looking at making it stealth. Most of you would have done incubation with PEG, but you can attach specific aptamers, you can attach specific antibodies, and at ICT what we are doing is we are using Fe bodies. Now these Fe bodies are very small antibodies, so they behave like them, but are very, very stable structures. Even they can resist temperature conditions, and therefore we are able to get active targeting. One could get intelligent release also. That means you can make these nanoparticles stimuli sensitive. So they can be temperature sensitive, pH sensitive, enzyme sensitive, and so on and so forth, even including you can use ultrasonic waves. What have we done in this particular area? We worked a lot on One Health concept. Under One Health concept, we are making something which is useful for animals as well as for human beings. So brucellosis is one such disease which actually affects animals, and from animals, those who are using animal products or those who are in close contact with these animals can get this particular disease. So this was Bill and Melinda Gates sponsored project, wherein what we have done is, right now, there are tests, but those tests are like ELISA and PCR, which you have seen in case of even COVID. What we have done is we thought, can we make something which is non-invasive? Can we use milk of animals or urine of animals and see that farmers themselves can do this particular test? So in this direction, we have made fluorescent silica nanosensors and coated them on this plate. The ICDT strip, as you can see, has conjugate pad. It has test and control line, and then it has adsorbent pad. So this kit can be assembled anywhere. It is not difficult. Parts are available. But what is very important is what would you put on the control line and what would you put on the test line. So depending on whether you are doing antigen you are passing or whether you are passing antibodies, the opposite of that has to be coated on the surface of this ICDT. So we made this ICDT strip, tested it, and you will be really surprised that the test results were excellent in the sense that when we are looking at saliva and urine samples, we could get all the results which were similar to ELISA and PCR. Not only in this, in animals also, when we tested milk, saliva and urine, the tests were indicating that it is really very useful. So as against the cost per kit, you can see in dollars, we could make this particular kit in 5 rupees. So that is a cost advantage which we are getting. And of course, again, this technology has been transferred to a company and they are using it for many other techniques. In lab also, we are now working on malaria, dengue. We are working on many of the viruses also. So I'm sure the technology can go on. We worked also on vaccine for this particular disease using simple green technology, that's supercritical particle generation, and the results of which are also very good. Of course, a patent has been assigned. And in fact, based on these two technologies, during COVID time, we got DBT big grant for developing nasal vaccine for COVID, as also we got grant for diagnosis of COVID. So as you can see here, this is showing the characterization of nano vaccine. They are in the nano range, but what is more important is what results do we get of immunogenicity study? Looking at the immunogenicity, the NV50 has really shown us, NV50 and NV10 were 2. NV50 was little higher dose than NV10, and it has shown us maximum and prolonged immune response, not only in the immunogenicity study, but we have gone ahead and looked at the challenge study. This challenge study was done actually in US because we do not have class 3 facilities here. And the results of challenge study also indicated that these are the different groups. It indicated that definitely the LPS and saponin plus TSP, that's a group of nanovaccine, has shown us gradual rise both in serum IgG1 and IgG2. It is very important that such infections actually infect more lungs. So if they can reach lungs and bring the count down, same like COVID, it would be great. And that was shown in this particular slide very clearly. You can see that the bacterial load definitely decreased. So this gave us confidence that yes, in India, also in academic institutes, we can do work on nano vaccines and the technologies can be transferred because again, the supercritical particle generation is only one-step process. So this work also has gone to industry. These are some of the other emerging techniques like microfluidic fabrication of nanoparticles, where we've been working with all kinds of nanoparticles. Advantages which you can get with microfluidics is that you can get efficient particle engineering. As you know, microfluidic chip has to be designed. It becomes a very continuous process. Very easily you can regulate the parameters, and industry is now talking about continuous manufacturing. So this area is really gaining importance. Stents is another thing. We have been working on devices, and in devices, now we are moving towards coating on balloons as well as coating on stents, which are nano-based. Idea would be, if you coat them with nano-based coatings, you do not need more of polymers because these nanoparticles will go to the layers of heart muscles and sit there from where they will slowly release the drug. And this particular technology has again entered 65 countries from ICT. Right now, it's a drug polymer coating, but the nano ones are undergoing trials. So these indicate just some of the disadvantages of the technique. So I'm really sorry for the delay, but in just 1 minute, I would conclude. These are some of the biotechnological advances which are taking place, and now people have working on CRISPR-Cas. And in CRISPR-Cas, in a nutshell, if you have to actually explain it, is find and replace. What does it find? Finds a faulty gene and then it replaces. What is needed for it? All you need is single-stranded, basically you need DNA, you would need a guide molecule, you need an enzyme. So simple technique where gene can be edited, faulty gene can be edited, and then it can be reintroduced in the body. So this work we are doing with NIRRH now. And of course, for that, again, the Cas9 protein is very important. And latest in the emerging area is what is known as origami. I'm sure all of you would have heard as paper folding technique. No, Japanese paper folding technique is known as origami. So here, what are we folding? We are folding DNA. We are folding in the way we want. See, you can give all kinds of shapes to these DNAs and gain advantages from there. I think with that, it has applications almost in every area. I would like to end and say thank you to the organizers for giving me this opportunity once again, and I'll be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for your interesting topic on emerging areas in pharmaceutical research. Surely your points like artificial intelligence in healthcare, bioinformatics, nanovaccine, nanoencapsulation will surely ignite the mind of younger researchers to catch up some points and carry out the research work. Thank you. Thank you so much. And please be seated.
Chairs to kindly felicitate the ma'am. Now I invite Dr. Prashant Vishwanath sir to deliver the talk on grants writing and funding agencies.
We have Dr. Prashant Vishwanath. To give a brief introduction about Dr. Prashant Vishwanath, he is graduated with the MBBS degree from Jawaharlal Nehru Medical College, Wardha. He is a convener of Center of Lifelong Learning for Professional Excellence and has completed a 2-year foundation for advancement in international medical education and research. He has been instrumental in the implementation of the CBME curriculum and planning and implementation of the online teaching activities at JSS Medical College and the implementation of NEP 2020. He is currently holding responsibilities as Director of Research and Coordinator of Internal Quality Assurance Cell at JSS Academy of Higher Education Research. He has been a part of the audit teams for NAC accreditation and has visited several institutions across India as a part of assessment and accreditation process. So we have Dr. Prashant Vishwanath, and I request Dr. Prashant Vishwanath to take up the session. Maybe, sir, you can engage us for 10 minutes, maybe.
Thank you very much for giving this opportunity to share some of the experiences at JSS in the field of research and how we have been able to mobilize grants, especially in the last 1 year itself. We have been able to mobilize 77 research grants from external funding agencies to the tune of almost 50 plus crores. Right. So this is some of the examples, and I'll just be sharing how we can do it either through an interdisciplinary approach or through transdisciplinary approach. So my topic is grant writing and funding agencies, and I thank the organizers for giving these opportunities, especially Professor Suresh, who's been a mentor for me throughout my career. So the objectives is first understand what are the characteristics of a successful grant, what are the critical stages, key questions that funders ask reviewers, understand your funder and the reviewer, common grant proposal mistakes, what we do, and current funding opportunities, which I'll be sharing that what is, how tools can be used to gather information regarding the current funding opportunities. So grant writing is one thing that it is not for the faint of heart. If you are a weak-hearted person, then it becomes very difficult for grant writing, because most of the times it is the failure which we should be ready to accept when we start writing a grant. So nevertheless, even if we know that we are going to fail, we have to start writing the grant, because the success, the taste of the success is quite sweeter than the failure. And what we need to understand that grant writing is not a single experiment. So we don't start writing a single proposal or single thing. Should be multiple ideas, multiple things which are coming in, and it is not that a scientist or a researcher or a faculty will be writing only one project in his entire lifetime. It's not just for your promotion, or it is not just for our growth, or to showcase this thing that we write a proposal. We want to advance science. And when we want to advance science, the grant writing becomes a continuous process. The characteristic of successful grants are the preliminary proposal should cover every detail. Applicant should research prospective funders. I'll be telling about how to find funding agencies and applying for funding agencies. The proposal should be tailored to each funding organization prior to submission. So there are examples like DST might have several divisions, the Department of Science and Technology, each division might have a different requirement. It is important to read the guidance document several times before we actually prepare our project proposal. So the applicant or the faculty must follow all the funding agencies' writing guidelines. That is some of the important aspects while writing research projects. Then there are certain critical stages like generating an idea, find a matching funding opportunity, background research, write technical portion, check administrative part, and finally, I will say that once you have finished all this process, submit the project and forget it. Now, Dr. Vandana Madam has given a lot of ideas that, there are so many research ideas, the emerging pharmaceutical areas of research in pharmacy, and I'm sure most of the funding agencies have these in their thrust areas. So first is generate an idea. I'll not be telling too much about this because the previous speaker has given a lot of inputs on how to generate new ideas. Find a matching funding support is what I'll be focusing more on. That is how to find funding agencies which will fund your research project. So look at who funds that similar research. So there are agencies like the Department of Science and Technology, Indian Council of Medical Research, Department of Biotechnology, the Science and Engineering Research Board. There are a lot of agencies, and each agency has a separate division or a separate call for proposal. And when we look at those call for proposals, you look at the areas which has been mentioned in that, and that tells you that, okay, your research could be funded or could not be funded by a particular funding agency. So different agencies support different types of projects. We need to be aware of that. Simply just because I've written a proposal and there is a call for proposal, it should not mean that I should be immediately applying for that. So scan for available calls, be willing to cast a wider net, think outside the box, keep your mind open. So don't just look at one funding agency. There could be other funding agency or other call for proposal which might be more suitable for you. And do the background research. Understand the different agencies and their styles. Look at the proposals which have been previously accepted by it. The funding agencies might have a particular pattern of accepting research projects or certain key areas key research areas where they might be funding more. So talk to the program manager. When you look at any call for proposal, there will be one designated program or manager or the scientist who is responsible for that particular call for proposal. Many a times we do hesitate to call the scientist or write to them. Emails are very easy to communicate, and most of the times we do respond. We do get a response that should we do, what should be the area, are we eligible to apply? Sometimes a simple question like, are we eligible to apply? Also, they respond. So do the literature search. If it can save you weeks of writing, assume the panel members know nothing about your work, but everything about your competitors. Do not expect the panel members to be experts in your field. Most of the times we feel that the experts might not, they might be experts, they might reject my proposal, but the members might not be knowing anything in the fields that you are proposing the research work. Then first important thing is write the technical portion. What problems are you addressing? Why hasn't it been solved yet? Why do you think you will succeed? So when these are some of the questions you need to be very sure when you are writing a call for proposal or submitting a research grant. What is your hypothesis? What is your work plan and milestones, and how will you measure success? Most important is, what is the outcome of it? Is there any innovation which is coming out of this particular project? Is there any product which is coming out from this project? Is there anything which is a beneficial, is it benefit to the society? So ask yourself multiple questions when you write the project. Then check the administrative parts. I've been telling again that, read the proposal again and again and again, because there might be certain components which we might be missing when we are writing the call for proposal. Then calls are usually specific about the formats they require. Terms like, there might be certain terms like required. The project proposal must include or should be adhered to. So whenever such kind of terminologies are there, we have to address these points. Work on your budgets and other documents in advance. Be prepared. Most of the times we work on the budget in the last minute. So budget has to be worked from the beginning itself. Understand what would be the requirement, whether it is manpower, consumables, or any other travel or publication charges, anything. Just work on your budgets from the beginning itself. And if there are external collaborators and you need letters of reference, please collect them well in advance. Because most of the times we miss submission deadlines just because we did not get a letter of support from the partnering organization. So some industries or some reputed institutions have got a protocol. So the scientists might have to write to the higher ups. It might take about 1 month's time. So be aware of the timelines for which the support is being sought, and then get the documents in place. So sometimes even your head of the institution might be on leave on the day of submission, right? So many times projects do not get submitted just because the documentation was not particular. So moving further, why I am telling this submit and forget is that many a times we submit project proposals and then the next day onwards only we start becoming very apprehensive that I have submitted, what should I do next, what should I do next. Once your project proposal has been submitted, please be patient, because allow enough time to upload the files. Then many agencies get very busy during submission times and they have a timeline. Especially some of the agencies are very fast, some of the agencies take time. There are proposals which we have submitted in 2020, which we have still not got a response. But there are certain proposals which we have submitted just 1 month back and we've already got the response. Right? So it depends on each agency. Be patient, and once you get a call from the funding agency that, okay, your proposal has been reviewed and you need to kind of make a presentation, then come back to the proposal. Till that time, don't worry too much about it, but just keep a track on, yes, what is happening. This is the time and effort for a typical grant, how much time and it takes. Looking for a funding call almost takes about 25% of your effort. So it is very important to see that the call for proposal fits your grant or fits your research, what you are proposing. Then planning the proposal. Only once you get a proper funding call, then look at planning the proposal, then write the technical narrative. The administrative parts takes about 10%. And finally, the submission is only a small component of it. It is a 5% of the research proposal submission. Right? Then some tips and tricks. I'll be very fast here. Be realistic about the time it takes to write the grant. Check your style. Most of it is online now. Most of the research project submission is online. Please look at all the tabs. Sometimes what happens is all the columns will not open up. Only when you submit the preliminary information, the next page might open up. So see that you know what is required in each call for proposal. Okay. Some of the key questions which funders ask reviewer is, why does this research matter? Is there any significance? What is the importance? What is the innovation, novelty, creativity, approach, plan, methodology, objectives, aims? All these things are some things which are very critically looked at. And previous two speakers have already mentioned that what should be the research culture, what should be the emerging areas, and how you can fit those things into how is the research new, what is the innovation. So madam was talking about artificial intelligence, AI, then many new things like drug discovery. So a lot of things were there which you can say that yes, this is new. then in what context will the research be done? What are the environment? Who are the key people who are doing it? Which institution is going to do it? Are there resources? Sometimes if we don't have the resources, we don't have the kind of publications, we don't have the kind of background to carry out such research, the project might get rejected. What are the populations that we are addressing? Facilities what we have, and who are the people involved in it? Who are the partners involved in it? Then what is the return on investment? Any funding agency will not simply give money because they have money. They will ask again and again, what is the return on investment? What is it that the funding institution is going to get back, right? And how will the success be determined? How effectively will the financial sources be managed? Then use review criteria to guide proposal development. A funder's goals are to find that research is relevant and it is impactful. These are two important words, I think, which you should always see, that is the research relevant and is the research impactful. Proposal review criteria, there are many key questions, and based on this, the proposals are reviewed and used as a guide to develop your research grant proposal. Some of the common grant proposal mistakes that we do are talking more about problems and solution, addressing specific problems with general solutions, using buzzwords and jargons, budgets that don't make sense, and repeating exact phrases from other funding agencies or other research projects. Remember one thing, project proposal is not an educational pamphlet or newsletter. Don't make it too colorful. The scientific content and the scientific technical part of it should be very clear. It must show that you are familiar with the issue you are dealing with, but must focus on what you are going to do about the problem or need. Right? To remember, to succeed in highly competitive landscape, the research grant funding, you should consider diversifying your funding portfolio. There has been a lot of talks about interdisciplinary research and transdisciplinary research from the last 2 days. Understand that different agencies use a similar set of review criteria, and that can help you develop proposals for a wide range of funders. So take home message is always assumes your problems were your fault, not the reviewers. If it is rejected, it is not anybody else's fault. It is my fault that my project got rejected. So that should be the attitude. So if the reviewer has not misunderstood something, then you did not explain it properly. That means take the blame on your own self if the project has got rejected. So as I speak now, there are a lot of opportunities of research opportunities which are available. We have subscribed at JSS to a tool called as Funding Institutional, which is a product from Elsevier. And this funding institutional helps us to identify which are the active call for proposals. So this I've just logged in yesterday evening and I was just seeing what are the current opportunities. So in this funding institution, it shows that there are about 25,000 funding opportunities from more than 4,500 funding agencies across the world. But what happens is not all these funding opportunities are available to scientists in India or faculty in India. When I filter it, it shows that there are about 1,512 funding opportunities when I put the keyword as India. Right? So still a good number, 1,512 funding opportunities. Similarly, when I put a key filter word like pharmacology, toxicology, and pharmaceutics, it says that there are about 3,000 opportunities worldwide. But in India, there are about currently 182 funding opportunities available in the topic of pharmacology, toxicology, and pharmaceutics. And again, if I look at it, 8 call for proposals are for undergraduate students, 28 are for graduate students, 69 call for proposals are for mid-career and experienced researchers, 34 for early career and faculty researchers. In this, the degree requirement, bachelor is 7, master's is 7, PhD 37, MD 25. So there are tools by which you can try to find out what are the funding opportunities available. And you can see here this one example like applied toxicology and carcinogenesis. This is from National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences. It's an individual fellowship. So like this, there are about 182 funding opportunities which are available. The JSS faculty, they have got access to that. You can always take the help from anybody from JSS that asking them that, okay, is there any call for proposal? And the sad part is when we look at some of the call for proposals, some are oversubscribed in the sense that there is a call for proposal and almost all there is 100:1 proposals which have come. So the amount which is available for funding, so and the number of projects which has received has been, there is a disparity, huge number of proposals. At the same time, there are certain call for proposals where nobody has applied and the dates keep on extending. right? So please keep a look at it, that any proposal, call for proposal, if there is an extension, there is a strong likelihood that the number of applicants are less and the chances of, success is a little bit higher. So these are some of the tools, and nonetheless, if you don't have this funding institutional, you can always go into individual funding agencies like DST, SCRB, DBT, and ICMR, the four major ones. These are some of the current opportunities. The DBT has got 5 active opportunities. DST has got 44 active opportunities currently. The SEED division has got 3. ICMR has 3 active opportunities currently, right? So you can go to their individual websites and see which are those active call for proposals which are there on the website. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Prashant, for your wonderful presentation. Dr. Prashant has touched upon various critical stages of grants, and keyword he has given review, revise, and resubmit. And he has considered, he has given an elaborative explanation about all the stakeholders, principal investigator, funders, and reviewers. And he has given the tips and tricks for the getting the good grants. Thank you. A big round of applause for Dr. Prashant for his wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I sincerely thank the chairs for doing the session. So just a moment. Now I request Dr. Pujar sir to kindly felicitate the chairs of this session. Pujar sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Moving on to the next session, the KLE oration. Now I request the chairs for this session, Dr. Amaresh Tumbagi, Additional Drugs Controller, Drug Controller Department of Karnataka, and Dr. Jayant Kumar, Deputy Drugs Controller, CDSEO, Gujarat, onto the dais. Good morning, sir. Now calling upon the speaker, Dr. Abhay Jedi, the Chief Innovation Officer, MHRD, Government of India, New Delhi. Please welcome, sir. I now request the chairs to kindly introduce the speaker to the audience.
Good morning to all. Respected Dr. B. Suresh sir, Pro Chancellor, JSS Academy of Higher Education. Today's respected speaker, Dr. Abhay Jare, all honorable speakers of the various sessions, academicians, and students from all colleges and invitees. It's a matter of great honor for me to APTICOM 25 to chair a session. It's a really, I grateful to all the organizers, committee and their members and chairmen. At the outset, today's session is connected to the research activities. I request my colleague and co-chairman of the today's session, Dr. Jayant, to give a brief introduction on the speakers of today's session. Thank you.
Chair, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. With the permission of Chair, just two words I want to just recite one thing that इस मानवता के मंदिर में ज्ञान का दीप जला दे, करुणा निधान भगवान मेरे भारत को स्वर्ग बना दे। मैं गुरु को प्रणाम करता हूँ और आदरणीय प्रोफेसर गिरीश सुरेश साहब को वंदन करता हूँ और स्वागत करता हूँ डॉक्टर अभय जेरे जी का, और उनके सामने मैं ब्रीफ प्रस्तुत करता हूँ उनकी बायोडाटा का। थैंक यू। डॉक्टर अभय जेरे साहब इज द चीफ इनोवेशन ऑफिसर MRD Government of India, New Delhi. Since August 2018, Dr. Abhay sir is the Chief Innovation Officer of Ministry of Education, Government of India. Before joining ministry, Dr. Jare worked as a Chief Scientist, Life Sciences and R&D Head of for the President System Limited. Persistent System Limited, sorry. He is also the brain and driving force behind annual initiative A Smart India Hackathon, and which has now evolved as a world biggest hackathon and largest open innovation model. His efforts have established hackathon culture in India. Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi Bhai has personally applauded this initiative and even proposed India-Singapore joint hackathon in 2019, which was even executed by Dr. Jare sir. Last year, Asian India Hackathon and Hackathon were also organized under his eminent leadership. Dr. Jare is instrumental in capitalizing first of its kind Atal Innovation Ranking Framework for ranking all education institutions in India on their innovation and achievement. So thank you. Very less time, but Dr. Jare has conceived all training program over 10,000 college and faculty, and there is a lot of work he have done, and he have received so many prestigious awards like Digital Thought Leadership Award, Board Assessment Council, Boston, USA, Distinguished Alumni Award by ICT Mumbai, Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, etc. So now we request Dr. Jare Sahab to please come on this.
Thank you, Kumarji. Honorable Chair, Tumbagi ji, Suresh sir. First, it's an honor to be here at our 25th APTICOM. Thanks for inviting me. Thanks for giving me opportunity to talk to you. Am I audible? students. So since I'm here for last maybe an hour or so, I went through a couple of presentations which were given. One was related to research, other was related to grants. And I think for last 2-3 days, you are actually deliberating on how we can improve this field further. Although I am Chief Innovation Officer for Ministry of Education, my basic background is in pharmacy. I did B.Pharm, and subsequently I moved into virology. Then I was heading R&D for an IT company. So, and now I am doing education. So life has drifted. I've learned multiple things. And from that perspective, I will share a few of my anecdotes, few of my experiences with you all, and just check whether they are useful or not. If they are useful, it's good. If they are not useful, you can just discard them. So when I was going through the presentation, especially the last presentation, which was related to grants, one thing which I would really like to request here, when you are submitting a proposal or when you are thinking about applying for grant, is that if grant agency funds your project and they decide to help you, support you, move forward, then the problem which you are trying to solve should create an impact. And the most important, how big is that impact? Okay? And if you can convince a grant agency, because I sit on some of the committees, that the problem you are trying to solve is going to create a really huge impact, then the person sitting in the committee is more tempted to actually fund. So this impact creation is extremely critical. And for that impact creation, you have to choose a problem which is very, very relevant. Many times, we as researchers try to do things very incrementally. Okay? Because we are jumping from papers to papers, publications to publications. We believe publication is okay, good. We will publish in some 2.5, 3.5 impact factor journal. We go with that aim many times. And that needs to change now. You have to think wide. You have to take risks. Because if you don't take risks, in long term, you are destined to fail. Because क्या करना है उस पब्लिकेशन को? 26,000 पब्लिकेशंस है इंडिया में. क्या करूं उसका लेके मैं? As a funding agency, when I'm sitting on many of the projects or many of the committees, we internally discuss, and I think Suresh sir will agree with me. He sits on multiple committees. That okay, तेरा publication आ गया, so what? उसका करूं क्या मैं लेके? So when there is no complete thinking or the process is not well thought, in long term it's not going to help. So when you are thinking about research, you also need to think about innovation. And I define these things very simply. You know, for me, research is conversion of wealth into new knowledge. Very simple. We invest money, we invest time, we use resources. That is investment, that is wealth, right? You use that. And then you convert new knowledge out of it. In terms of publications, in terms of patents, in terms of thesis. And for me, innovation is again very simple. Conversion of that new knowledge into wealth again. If you're not actually creating the wealth again from that new knowledge, then somewhere we are faltering. Yes, people talk about fundamental research, people talk about basic research, may not be convertible immediately. But many times that thought process is itself missing. Because when I did my PhD, and I did it from one of the premier institutions in this country, even at that time, the thought process was missing. My director or my guide never sensitized me that let's think of a product. Let's explore whether we can launch something new which can disrupt the market. Now that thought process is prevailing, or it's now getting percolated. But at that time, when I was doing my PhD, it was more of getting 2-3 publications, get the thesis out, get your degree, go to postdoc. That's what I did. I had invested 6 years of my life doing my PhD. If somebody had really told me at that time, or had held my hand to some extent, that let's together explore that whether we can create some good enterprise out of it, create some good product out of it, and let's try to create wealth for this country, for ourselves, for our institution, then my approach towards that entire project would have been different. Because I will tell you, the training which you get while doing your PhD is the same training which you really require for pursuing your entrepreneurship. Many of you will be wondering how, right? Because we as academicians are trained to pursue only Saraswati. And if we start pursuing Lakshmi, then others look down upon us. ये तो पैसे के पीछे पड़ा है, साला इसको क्या करना है रिसर्च में, उसको क्या आता है, इसको तो कमाना है, right? We make these kind of comments, or our colleagues make these kind of comments. But the training which you get is really the most relevant training if you have to do your entrepreneurship. For example, what we do while we are doing our PhD or doing our research, we identify a problem which is relevant, which needs to be solved, right? While doing entrepreneurship also, we identify what is gap in the market, or what kind of a product or a services or technologies could be required, which are currently non-existing, right? Same. Then here, once we have our problem, we do our hypothesis. Here also, we hypothesize, we plan, or we think about a potential solution. Then we here plan our experiments. And we fail. We go back, we redesign our experiments. If you are doing PhD for 5 years, 4 years, उसमें तो failure ही चलता है, or even more than that, right? Here also same thing happens. You design a product, you conceptualize a service or a technology, you go back to the customer, you talk to them, potential customer, you fail, they discard it, you come back, you get depressed. Same thing happens here. You redesign, you repivot, you go back, right? And at the end of 6 years, you get a degree here. At the end of 6 years, maybe you will get a product here. Which customer is relevant to think about it? So the training is extremely relevant. But our mindset, our approach, our thought process is many times not aligned. And we need to actually get into that alignment, because pharmacy is a sector which can generate huge amount of products for us, which can create huge amount of wealth for us, not just for ourselves, our institution, as well as our country. Because now Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has talked about becoming a developed nation by 2047 from his 15th August Red Fort speech. So if we really have to achieve that, then we really need to think big. We really need to build products. We really need to build solutions. Our research has to be of international quality. And when I'm saying about international quality, I'm not talking about publishing in some international journal. We have to publish in top-notch journals. How many of us start project with an aim that we are going to publish in Nature or Science or PNAS? How many of us do that? Hardly, right? Why? सोचने के लिए किसी ने मना किया है क्या? कहां कंस्ट्रेंट है सोचने के लिए? But we are not even ready to think on those lines. And if you are not ready to think on those lines, how we are going to eventually get there? So we have to think big. And as I said, we have to take risks. It's okay to fail. We sometimes get stigmatized by failure. We are afraid of failures. I will request all teachers here to take a two-pronged approach. One, where they have to survive for their bread and butter. Certainly, they should do that because the systems want that. You know, the prevailing systems, you cannot change in a day. You certainly have to do that. I'm not going. But there has to be a second track, which is really long term, where you are trying to actually solve a problem which matters. And when you are working on that problem, don't depend on any of these government grants. I get proposals when I am evaluating some of them. They're so shitty. They're so shitty. And those proposals are submitted without any conviction. And if I really ask that person, कि बस तू खुद का proposal submit करेगा क्या? इसको fund करेगा क्या? The many times the answer will be no. So think about projects and proposals where you think or you should be convinced, there has to be a conviction in it, that if somebody comes to me with this proposal and if I have to fund that project from my own money, then whether I am ready to put my hand in my pocket to fund that proposal. खुद पैसा दूंगा मैं उसको अगर ये कोई प्रपोजल लेके आता है तो whether you are capable or not to fund that proposal is a different story, but that thought process is not there. And because of that, okay, DST से कुछ कॉल आ गया है, MHRD से कुछ कॉल आ गया है या DBT से कुछ कॉल आ गया है, चलो submit something. So I'm not talking about style of writing. Sometimes the style of writing is shit, but more than that, what it is proposed in that proposal is itself very shitty. It's itself very, very incremental. It's itself very, the topics are said that nobody cares about them. Have you really looked at citation index of the papers which are published? 2, 3, 4, 5. What it says that nobody cares about the work which you are doing. Citation is a very, very important tool. I will tell you, before joining ministry, I had submitted a proposal. This is my own example. on SMS. I was not knowing any of the official there. I happened, Professor Vijay Raghavan at that time had just taken over DBT secretary position. Okay. And being a pharmacist, I wanted to do something. And I will come to that story. And I submitted a proposal, means I wrote the concept in SMS. And I was called. I got a call from his office in 3 days saying that in such a such time, we are coming up with this grant. And why don't you submit a full-fledged proposal? It happens, even in India. But many times when I'm speaking to people, when I'm talking to professors, they say, grant ही नहीं मिलता है, सब, you know, माफिया है, उसको ये इसको जानता है, वो उसको जानता है, वो उसको जानता है, इसलिए उसको ग्रांट मिलता है, उसको ग्रांट मिलता है. I am not denying that it doesn't happen. Okay? In some cases it might be happening. But ऐसा भी नहीं है कि सब everything is collapsed. You also get grants if your proposals are good and you don't know anyone. The only thing is that हमको जब मिलता नहीं है तब हम इधर उधर खुद को उंगली, we don't blame us as he was rightly saying. We blame everyone other than ourselves. कि इसको देखो कितने शिटी प्रपोजल के लिए पैसा मिल गया, लेकिन मेरा तो उससे अच्छा था. उससे अच्छा हो सकता है, but whether it was your best, many times the answer is no. So what I want you to tell, or what I want to convey, is that you should really think wide. I will give you one example. When this smart city proposal came, I was in Pune. I was heading R&D for persistent systems. And because we had to submit proposal, Commissioner of Pune actually approached me and said, Abhay, we have to do something which will make our proposal unique. So that he's a Harvard educated guy. So he's currently heading actually smart city mission for Government of India. He said, let's do something very different. So we came up with this digital Pune hackathon at that time. Okay, we said, let's go to 4-5 agencies, Pune Police, Pune Municipal Corporation, Pune Transport, vagara, and let's identify top 5 problems from them and let's throw it to students. Okay, and let's see what comes out of it, whether we can get a good solution out of it. But it was a very unique activity at that time, not now, for engaging citizens to actually solve problems of a city. We did that. It was a huge success and it became a very unique selling proposition for Pune in our smart city proposal, and we were ranked second by Government of India at that time. I was not part of government. So then at that time, Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe was Director COEP. And we started discussing that it's a very fantastic idea. Let's do it at Maharashtra level or India. And within a couple of months, he actually became chairman for AICT. So after 4-5 months, I went to him and said, can we do it for India? Let's do a pilot. So I met Minister, and Minister said to me that, boss, if you have to do this, we will not allow you pilot. You have to do it for the entire country. If you're ready with that plan, then come to me. And he actually kicked me out. Minister. In Pune, when we did Digital Pune Hackathon, we had 15 colleges, 32 colleges, participating. Now suddenly I was told to come up with an entire mechanism where I can engage maybe 6,000, 7,000 colleges. Now see the scale from 32 to 6,000. I was really scared. I was really scared. I was not knowing what to do. whether I can do it, whether we can pull it off. We said, okay, let's try our best. The risk associated with failure of that entire was really very high. Even minister was not convinced. But he said, okay, we will put faith in. When we met him for the second time, we presented him. He gave some real good suggestions. We actually implemented those suggestions also, incorporated those suggestions. And eventually Smart India Hackathon was born, which has now evolved as world's biggest open innovation model. World's biggest hackathon. And India is now the only country which does that. At a national level, as a national initiative. And now we are doing international hackathons, and now we are doing an India-Africa hackathon, and so on and so forth. But at that time, because I'm a pharmacy guy, I felt that my heart is with life sciences. So I said, let's do something for life sciences. And we conceptualized Project Manav. We are failing a lot. We are still failing. We are trying to come up with ourselves, regroup, regain, try to work. And we said that there are about 1 lakh students, pharma students, life sciences students, okay, who are good, who are studying currently. And out of that, even if 20% are good, really good, then that number is somewhere between 50,000, 60,000. Okay. So can we use this young demographic dividend related to life sciences or trained in life sciences to read papers published related to human biology, human physiology, and build an atlas, Google Maps kind of a thing of entire human body using 50,000. So when I just looked at PubMed, I found about 60 lakh publications, which are somewhere related to human physiology, human biology, or related to human. Now, we were saying that whether we can use these 40-50,000 students to read these 50 lakh, 60 lakh papers, extract information out of it, and we can build a map around it. A systems biology, a macro level to micro level. So it should start at physiological level and end at molecular level. Macro level to micro level. And I had sent this actually concept to Dr. Vijay Raghavan, and he said, okay, let's explore whether we can do it. Still the project is funded. I am working with ICERS, NNCCS and other people to explore. Yes, we are failing because the platforms are not getting ready. The extraction, the correlations, we are figuring out everything, how to do it. But this is for the first time what we are trying to do across the globe. So that has to be whether we succeed or we fail, it's a very different story. We may fail also. But the approach is for the first time in the world. So you have to ask yourself, how many projects we are doing which we can claim that they are first time in the world. Because if we really have to emerge as developed economy, we have to come up with ideas which will change the world. We are not allowed now just to live on compromised ideas or irrelevant ideas. Because then only we will be able to generate our IP. I don't know how many of you are aware. I talk about this multiple times. You know how many patents China files on monthly basis or on an annual basis? Any number? Any guesses? $16 lakh patents. China files on an annual basis. China is already double of US or more than double. US is half, 6.5 lakh, 7 lakh. India is 55,000. China देखो 16 लाख है, हम 50-55 हजार है. And out of that 55 lakh till last year. Now this year that things have changed, but till last year more than 60% was by non-resident Indians. बाहर के लोग उस 55,000 में. We have more than 50,000 educational institutes in this country. 50,000. And we end up filing 3.5 thousand, 4,000 patents out of these 50,000 educational institutions. So what we are saying, we can safely say 80% or 85% of our educational institutions have never filed a patent ever. This needs to change. We need to create those ecosystems, certainly. But people like you need to pursue. It's not that we are dumb, to be very honest, right? We also get good ideas. The problem is we are not pursuing those ideas forward because maybe it could be multiple reasons. But now we have to pursue those ideas, follow all of those ideas. Then only we will be able to actually rise in the innovation index, because on global innovation index also, we are not doing great. In 2015, we were 81. Our rank was 81. And now, because of all these interventions which we are doing through the government and through other agencies, state agencies, we are 46 on global innovation index. China is 12. Okay. But whether this 46 rank really does justice to our potential, we are 1.4 billion people country, you right? Countries like Malta, Moldova, Estonia, Vietnam are doing better than us or equivalent to us. How many of you have heard about countries like Malta or Moldova or Estonia? So we have to change. We have to change our mindset. We have to change our approach towards research. Otherwise, we will not be able to succeed. Because the way world is moving is going to be very, very different. I don't know how many of you have heard about gig economy. How many of you have heard about gig economy? Raise your hand. Gig economy is reality. In next 5 to 8 years, all industries are moving in direction of gig economy. Gig economy means what? I will hire person for a particular project. I will not hire person as a full-time employee. Like you have in film industry. Right? If you have to make a film, you come together. Like lyricists, technicians, hero, heroine, they come together. They form a team, they work on a project, they release that film and move out. Right? That was happened, right? Now start imagining a pharma company doing this or an IT company doing this. Yeah, I will finish. IT company doing it, where you get only hired for a project of 6 months or 1 year. अभी ड्राइवर्स तो कर रहे हैं ना, सुबह ओला को चला रहे हैं, बाद में शाम में उबर के लिए कर रहे हैं, या समटाइम्स साइमल्टेनियसली. So this is gig economy. And now ask yourself, are we producing students? Are we ourselves ready for this kind of economy? These kind of changes. Are we going to be relevant? Whether our educational institutes are going to be relevant. Because now there are a lot of online courses, Swayam hai, Coursera hai, और बाकी के बहुत सारी चीजें हैं. If I can get good knowledge from these courses, and if government has now said that we are going to approve 50% or 40% from Swayam, and eventually if they start adding other courses also, like Coursera and other things, other MOOC platforms, then are you going to be relevant? You have to ask yourself. Because if you don't do that, then it's going to be a matter of survival for you all and the students which you are producing. I am trying to shake you up because this is the way world is moving, whether you like it or you don't like it. The IT industry, the gig economy portion is going to be relevant in next 3 years. Google has already started doing it. They don't care whether you have a degree or not. If you have skill set, we are going to hire you. If you don't have skill set, we don't care whether you have a degree or not. Now imagine that thing happening in pharma sector. So I can actually talk for a couple of hours on all these things, telling about how the educational institutes are going to evolve. What should be an educational institute of 2047? It will be very different than what it is currently now. And take example of banking. Once Bill Gates said that you will require banking, but you may not require banks. And see currently what is happening. The way banks have transformed because of this online banking, fintech, and all those things. Check the banks which were there 25 years back or 30 years back. It has completely changed. Same thing is going to happen with education. You will require education, but you may not require educational institutes in current format. So are we ready for this change? You have to ask yourself that question. And you have to continuously update, continuously be ahead of the curve so that you remain relevant. And I hope that moving forward, APTICOM in its subsequent sessions actually plan session on pharmacy institution of 2047. How it will be, what should be the roadmap for a faculty who wants to be relevant till 2047. All these things are going to be very, very important. I hope you do that rather than doing the conventional kind of paper presentations and those kind of things. That certainly is a good aspect. But we really, when we are coming together, we really need to brainstorm on some of these really going to be relevant aspects so that together we emerge as the best educational sector across the globe, and we can start attracting foreign students to come to our institutions and learn like we used to do when we had Nalanda and Vikramshila and Takshashila and all those kind of things. So thanks for giving me opportunity. I really appreciate for inviting me.
Thank you, sir. I would now request the chairs of the session to kindly felicitate the honorable speaker. Any questions from the audience? Any questions?
No questions. Okay, this is wrong.
No, it must be.
You should train yourself and your students to ask questions. Anyway.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful talk. Sir, I have a question that, like, when you say publications, there are so many thousands coming up, then why the ranking agencies are giving so much importance for the publications? rather than patents. If we see, take NIRF or anything, there is more preference for publication rather than patents.
So internally, we are also discussing a lot. We have ARIA ranking, which gives huge emphasis on patents. Now ARIA and NRF are going to get merged. So you will have one section where you will have huge emphasis on patents and products and startups and so on and so forth. But internally also, we are working with UGC, we are working with AICT to actually change all these norms. Even annual performance indicators, APIs of professors are going to get changed. Okay, so we are also pushing that. So in next 2 years, as a part of new education policy, you will see these changes happening. But having said this, are you just working for API or you are working for real pleasure that you are contributing to this sector? And to get that real feeling that I am contributing to this sector, you should see something tangible coming out of it. And when you will start believing that paper is not something very tangible, it's just I'm publishing what it is. Tangible is product, tangible is wealth, tangible is services, which can impact people. Because we need to ensure that we work for the last man in the society. And genuinely, I'm not saying for heck of it because I'm standing here. We have to come up, we have to inculcate that feeling that how my work is going to be relevant for the society, which is at large. You know, we have to tell. And when you will start seeing that tangible outcome now, you will not get carried away with all these papers and those kind of things, because then that pleasure, that euphoria will be far more relevant for you, you know. So think on those lines. We need to teach us, actually, what I will suggest, how many of you have done design thinking programs? 1, 2, 3, 4. How many of you have heard design thinking? I will request each and every professor to actually do a course on design thinking. Design thinking is nothing with design. Huh? Design thinking is how to think. It's a methodology of thinking. How to actually identify a problem. How to visualize a solution. That is design thinking. Please, all students, all faculty members here, do design thinking. And you will see how companies have used design thinking to launch some really disruptive products and made huge wealth out of it. How many of you have really looked at national innovation and startup policy for faculty and students? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Again, very less number. We actually came up with a policy which is endorsed by UGC and AICT, which will unshackle you. So if you are doing your startup, if you are doing your innovation, it will unshackle you. We have talked about revenue sharing. We have talked about equity sharing. We have talked about what we can say, IP sharing. And we have tried unshackling so many things. Now we are taking all these things even at school level. But you know, again, I can talk for a couple of hours on what we can do and how the thing should move forward. So next time, get me involved when you are planning your even scheduling. Yeah.
Sir, I do have
last question.
Sir, good morning. My name is Ranjit Reddy. I'm a pharmacist and lawyer. So this. So my question is with respect to National Education Policy 2020. It's been 2 years of the policy. I somewhere observed that pharmaceutical ecosystem in the country came. No offense, I'm also a pharmacist by education, but pharmacy education is slightly laggard in the implementation of the education policy.
I don't think so. I will tell you because I'm a pharmacist. So I don't think so. That is happening. We are not now going as part of new education policy, sector by sector or stream by stream. Okay. Now you can do pharmacy, means what we envisage is that you should be able to do pharmacy and fashion designing or pharmacy and music together. You know, then why I should only stress on pharmacy? Okay. So we are going sector agnostic. We are coming up with the system which will be sector agnostic. One major rahega, one minor rahega. Okay. You can take whatever major you want, you take whatever minor you want. It depends upon your life. So don't worry about that. Currently, NCF, that is National Curriculum Framework, is now been prepared for schools. Academic Bank of Credit has also got launched. Then now we are trying to revamp Swayam also. So in next 3-4 years, you will see a lot of changes. Yes, it's going to take some time because it's going to be a fundamental change which is going to happen. You know, but don't worry for national education policy.
Yes.
Again, don't look at others. Look within. मैं क्या कर सकता हूं? And I am not talking it from a philosophical perspective. It's मुझे survive होना है तो मैं क्या करूं? That's the question you really need to ask. मुझे बड़ा बनना है, मुझे survive होना है. If I have to create impact in the field, what I should do? Forget about national innovation, education policy. Last question.
Yes, sir. Sir, I'm Dr. Kiranmai from St. Paul's College of Pharmacy, Hyderabad. So my question here is when I was listening to you, you said, so to welcome societal problems, we used to call for hackathons and all, right, sir? So even our students participated. My question and some clarity is missing from my thinking process also, like how to get like the two kind of scenarios, like the government sectors has to give us the problem basket to the higher educational institutions so that we can work on it. Like problem.
I got your question. The question is, are you, and I am going to be very blunt here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, don't misunderstand me because I'm going to
one small let me. So one more thing is, shall we look around and
yes.
look at the problem?
Why shall we? Why you have to ask me?
Yes, sir. That's why. Just
you just go ahead and do it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. See, that is the problem. That we want everything spoon-fed. कि तुम बताओगे तो मैं करेगा, तुम ऐसा करोगे तो ऐसा करेगा, तुम बैठोगे तो मैं बोलोगे तो मैं बैठेगा. Why? Don't get into that trap, na? There are zillions of problems within this country which needs to be solved. Who has stopped you? One. And don't say that I want to solve this problem, but grant agency मेरे को पैसा नहीं देता है. That is another bad way of looking at it. Generate your own funding. Go to people. You know, we are requesting, see, colleges which are there in this country, pharmacy colleges, some colleges are for 20 years, 30 years, 50 years. You know, they have a good alumni. How many of them are actually using the strength of their alumni to generate funding? A year back, IIT Delhi just decided that they want to raise some funding from alumni. 200 crore to ek hafte mein khada kar liya unhone. Now they have taken a target of 7,000, 8,000 crores, $1 billion, just to generate from their alumni. Many, see, because when we come to pharma, a lot of our alumni are really doing well. But we are not creating those kind of mechanisms to actually generate that. And those alumni are not, again, very emotionally attached to the institution. And there also we have to play a role. क्योंकि जब वो आता है, ट्रांसक्रिप्ट मांगने, हम उसको ऐसा दौड़ाते हैं कि तो बाद में बोलेगा कि बाबा मेरे को आना ही नहीं है इस कॉलेज में फर्स्ट. The kind of systems which we have, कोई भी छोटा डॉक्यूमेंट मांगने आ जाओ, उसको कभी लगेगा नहीं कि ना साला मैं इस कॉलेज के लिए कुछ करूं. This needs to change. And some of you might be senior people here. You have to take care of your students. You have to invest in them. I was actually talking to one very big college 2 days back, and I told him, boss, your college is for more than 40 years. How much your alumni is contributing? नहीं कर रहा है ज्यादा. क्यों नहीं कर रहा है? Because the experience which you give that student when he is in the college is so horrendous. Think of your student as a long-term investment. Don't think of student कि ना immediately अभी ये मेरे को पैसा दे रहा है for those 4 years, fee दे रहा है. Don't look at that. Think कि वो 50 साल के बाद मेरे कॉलेज को क्या देगा. Are we having that thought process? No. Right? We have to get into that. कि 20 साल के बाद ये मेरे को कितना देगा, 30 साल के बाद, 50 साल के बाद ये मेरे को कितना पैसा देगा. उसको मैं ऐसा कहां how can I guide him that he is in that position that he actually pays me really well and far more than what he has paid as fees. Anyway, we can discuss all this. As I said, it's I don't want to derail. It's more than an hour now, so let's stop here. Thank you very much.
I request the chairs to kindly felicitate the speaker.
Great. We have listened very in today's need of a topic, promoting research and innovation in the teaching educations. Dr. Abhay Jare has given us an insight thought where we are lacking and what we are today's status. He has highlighted a lot of gaps in the publications, in the promoting activities, the way we need to do innovations. It's not easy. The way he has used the wordings, we all have been, you may not be knowing some other people's. Dr. Vijay Raghavan is the principal scientific officer of the PM. The connection with him enlightened us. It's not an ordinary activities. We are all grateful for him to have here. Please give him a big round of applause. Sir, as a government servant, we knows what is the status of today's education activities. India, we reached up to the last 21 world ranking. If you see, we have reached 30, whereas Ukraine is 42. Whether we are facilitating higher education at a cost affordability is to be thought of the day. India needs a affordable education. People goes to the Ukraine because of the higher education cost. At the same time, we have a quality education compared to other countries. So we have also have a lot of innovative activities which Indians are doing in regulated market or developed countries. We are really, sir, the way you have taught us, way we have tried to give us knowledge to and wealth activities, funding activities, all. See, one thing, when I gone through the sir's profile activities, it was amazing that a pharmacy man who has reached to a chief innovation officer of the Department of Minister of Education is not a joke. We are all happy, sir. You are proud of a pharmacist. We all have a great opportunity to learn from you. Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, chairs. Now I request upon Dr. T.M. Pramod Kumar, Principal and Dean, JSS College of Pharmacy, Mysore, to deliver the talk on best practices that define good governance of an institution. Sir.
Now we invite Dr. Parmod sir. Parmod sir, and he is a well-known personality, and he is the principal of JSS College of Pharmacy. Dr. Parmod sir has done the BPharm from the ACS College of Pharmacy. from 85 to 89 batch from Gulbarga University and did M.Pharm in the pharmaceuticals of KLS University Pharmacy Belgium. He joined teaching profession by choice in ACS College Pharmacy in 2 April 1993 and he has served 3 years. Then he joined JSS College of Pharmacy, Mysore in 1997 as a lecturer. He completed his PhD in 2006. He was promoted to assistant professor in 2005 as a professor in 2006 and principal from 1st June 2017. He has a very long 28-year career. So everything is well known to him and he has many of the publication and his lifetime many professional bodies like APTICOM, IPA, IHPA and A5B. He is a member of Syllabus Review Committee PG. He is instrumental in getting the research grant from the various funding agency like AI, CT, UGC, etc. Under his leadership, JSS College of Pharmacy, Mysore has ranked 10 by NIRF, MHRD, Government of India, consistently for last 5 years. And this year, that is 2022, JSS College of Pharmacy, Mysore is ranked 8th by NIRF. Now he is nominated as Dean Faculty of Pharmacy, JSSHER on 12th September 19. He is a chairman of a special lecture group, 3D printing in the healthcare of JSSHER and has procured 3D printing machine and work very closely with the clinician, engineers and designers. Recently, he has created AR VR facility, augmented reality, virtual reality facility for the virtual imparting industrial training to the staff and student within the college. He is already embedded artificial intelligence and machine lecture in the research project. Thank you, sir. Now we request sir to give the lecture.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm the last batsman here in the auditorium. And after hearing such wonderful talk by Dr. Abhay Jere and all big personalities like Vandana Patrawale, Divakar Goli, then we have R.K. Goyal sir and our own Dr. Prashant Vishwanath. I find it very difficult to be here because most of these things certainly require good governance. And here I am not going to take you through, since it is a last session, maybe people would be collecting their certificates and trying to move out. However, I'll try to make sense a little bit with our own example at JSS. How did we do it here and what is the good governance as such? And as Abhay Jare was saying that how a pharmacy person can raise to such occasions and about all the innovations in conducting the hackathons and all. He was also talking about design thinking. Very shortly, we will be having design thinking sessions by Pavan Soni, who is from IIM Bangalore. We would be having that. And he has also stressed upon the alumni, just for the information of our other participants here. JSS had its alumni meet yesterday, and there are more than 150 of them who have come here. It means that whatever he was saying, we are already on the right track. That is what I wanted to share with you. Go to the topic of best practices to define good governance in educational institutions. I'm not going to get into all these things, though I have planned for this, but I'm not getting into all the definitions and all. It is basically a right way of taking the decisions and making the decision very effective. And you have the major contents are these for the good governance, like having the 8 key principles which UN has decided for the good governance. That is the participation, then Participation is people should be able to voice out in an educational institution. Here it is in the country or in any of the cities as well, but it holds relevant even for an educational institution, that people have to have a say there on their opinions through legitimate, immediate organization and representatives. The participation should be both by men and women and even any of the other stakeholders as well. And rule of law is basically legal framework should be enforced impartially, especially on the human rights law, and consensus oriented, that you will have to take a consensus of all the different stakeholders, and equity and inclusiveness. It should be a good governance should assure that equitable society and participation from all the different people. It is the next one is effectiveness and efficiency. The process and institution should be able to produce results that meet the needs of their community. So like that you have accountability, transparency and responsiveness as well. And National Education Policy 2020 has also spoke about the effective governance and leadership of higher education. It is in the 19th point of national education, where they say that all the higher education institution should become independent self-governing institutions pursuing innovation and excellence. That can only be achieved by graded autonomy and accreditation. The time period given from 2020 is 15 years. And they also say that the government is also going to appoint board of governors who will be constituting a highly qualified, competent and dedicated individuals. And also they would be responsible and accountable for all the stakeholders of the institutions of the universities, and all major appointments of the universities and the head of the institution as well is being made by the board of governors. And they are also guiding the institutions to develop an institutional development plan as well. This is in National Education Policy. And also there is a reference even in our history also that Bhagavad Gita has number of instances of good governance, leadership, dutiful and self-realization. Even in Kautilya's Arthashastra also there is a mention of welfare of the people is of paramount importance. And Mahatma Gandhi ji at that time itself has talked about good governance, calling it as Suraj. That's Swaraj, Suraj. And there is an inscription also in the Indian Constitution about the good governance. And SDG, Sustainable Development Goal number 16 also speaks about the good governance. And if you look into our own governance system of JSS 80 years back, this was the first institution, we call it as, that we started with a free hostel, started providing food and shelter for the students of the rural sector who came to the city of Mysore. And he is a present chancellor, 24th chancellor, 24th pontiff of JSS Mahavidyapita. And under his leadership, today we have more than 350 institutions, plus institutions, you name it, we have that institutions, except for the hotel management, we do not have. And all these institutions are being led by a true leader of international fame. We have on our board of management person, the director from Harvard Medical School, Vyangi Sabu. We have Honorable Justice Shivraj Patel. We have Padma Shri, Professor Randeep Guleria, who is a director of AIIMS Delhi, who is a man behind fighting COVID across the country. We have Padma Shri Yogesh Chawla ji, even he is also there. And we have Padma Bhushan, Dr. Krishna Ella, who is a man behind establishing this Bharat Biotech and Covaxin COVID vaccine as well. And internally also we have been driven and led by wonderful leadership, and that itself speaks a volume for us here in JSS, where we have amazing leadership and all the freedom is given to experiment and experience that, and all this necessary support is given by our leaders. And we have a clear vision at JSS for 2032. Now, Abhay Jere has said that we'll have to have a vision for 2047. I think we should be working towards it. So these are the live examples of how a good governance can be, starting with a free hostel to 350 institutions is not a joke, where we have more than 1.25 lakh of students and 20,000 plus staff and 350 institutions across the globe. So with that, because of all this support that we get from the leadership, today we are ranked in NIRF. We have medical college being ranked 31st, dental on the 12th rank, and university at the 34th rank. Mysore is on 8th rank, and Ooty is on the 6th rank. Even the JSS College of Pharmacy, Ooty, were called by the governor of Tamil Nadu and was felicitated there, and also was requested to share their experience among all the leaders there. These are the ranks that we could achieve because of the good governance. I say that it is all the outcome of the good governance only, where we are ranked, particularly in the pharmacy and pharmacology. The subject ranking, we were in 201 to 250. This year it is improved to 101 to 150. And also Career 360 also, we are in the 3rd position. And even in the Times Higher Education ranking, we are there among the, we are in the 65th position. And in QS iGauge rating, we have this certification, and we are the only institution whose PharmD program is ACP certified, and it is valid up to 2026. And it is not just that, we are also being groomed by our own leadership, where they conduct the training of this leadership conclave and also identify the next level leaders. And it is done for 3 days, and it was a wonderful session that we all were groomed. All the top leaders were called for that, and it was not an activity which was hired by an expert and all. It was groomed by our own leadership, and all through the meticulous planning had gone in. We all enjoyed. And we could really know what is the expectation of an organization, and also understand about the good governance as well. This is all about the governance, and thank you very much for patient listening. And again, thank you for giving me an opportunity to share a little about what a good governance is about. And I thought maybe I would hardly have any people here, but thank you very much for a big number of participants here. Thank you.
Session is open for any questions. Okay. Now I request the chairs of the session to kindly felicitate Dr. T.M. Pramod Kumar.
So, very nice. So, I am proud that I am a alumni of the JSS, and I seen Dr. T.M. Pramod Kumar sir, Principal JSS, from the day of his HOD as a pharmaceutics, the way he developed JSS College of Pharmacy and his leadership, how it is made it as a transparent and accountable way of giving a quality education to the society and keeping a institution in a top level list of the Indian ranking. See, the leadership which he expressed and gave an example is really one of the fantastic. Since we have an all academicians here, a leadership is one thing which requires a motivation and cultural activity of the members to reach the mission of the institutions. If your mission or vision of the institutions are good in nature, definitely the leadership will take you. The leadership is to be built in that. It requires leader himself has to be taken a stand in that. The way Pramod sir, he himself is not only developed the College of Pharmacy of JSS and JSS Institute has taken to this level. He also developed himself also. They have reached from one post to other post is a self-assessment. A good leader always takes his position along with other teamwork also. We need to learn a lot of things from him, the way we have taught us. So we are thankful for you, sir, giving the meaningful today's session, the good leadership in the governance of the institutions. We all you take your messages. We will try to keep it your words and take all other institutions also on par with that. I have seen the ranking systems. As such, there is not much difference between one to others. It is a competition market, and you need to develop your leadership in a competitive way. With this, I thankful for the APTICOM local organizing committee and other committees for giving me a position as a chair in this session. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir.
Now I request the chairs kindly felicitate the speaker. Now I request Dr. S.N. Manjula ma'am, Professor in Pharmacology, to felicitate the chairs of the session. And Dr. Pooja sir. Thank you, ma'am. Dear all, please give us 10 minutes to prepare the dais for the next upcoming event. Until then, please be seated in your chairs. Thank you. This follows a valedictory function.
2022. May I now request the dignitaries on the stage, the members of APTI dignitaries on the stage.
Dr. Vandana, Dr. Salahuddin.
Good afternoon, everyone. ಶ್ರೀ ಸುತ್ತೂರು ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಭಕ್ತಿಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ನಮಸ್ಕರಿಸುತ್ತಾ I am giving the report of 25th APTICOM 2022. 25th Annual National Convention of Association of Pharmaceutical Teachers of India was organized by JSS College of Pharmacy, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Mysuru from 2nd September to 4th September 2022 at JSS Medical Institution Campus, Mysuru. The theme of the convention was Empowering Academia for Advancing Pharmacy Education. It about 2,000 pharmacy professionals, students, industrialists, pharmaceutical scientists and pharmaceutical leaders from different states of the country took part in this 3-day event. The APTICOM 2022 is aimed at empowering academia for advancing pharmacy education and among academicians, professional scientific leaders and regulators to set future milestones for education. The scope of the convention addressed the educational and development needs to create competent pharmacists and pharmaceutical scientists. The inaugural function of the convention was held on 2nd September 2022 at 3 p.m. at Sri Rajendra Auditorium, JSS Medical College, Mysuru. The chief guest was Mr. Sudarshan Jain, Secretary General, Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance, Mumbai, inaugurated the convention and gave away the awards for pharmacy teachers. The guests of honor were Dr. C.G. Besturmat, Executive Secretary, JSS Mahavidyapita, and Dr. Montu M. Patil, President, Pharmacy Council of India, Shri S.B. Manjunath, Secretary, JSS Mahavidyapita, Dr. B. Suresh, Pro-Chancellor, JSS AHR, Mysuru, Dr. Surinder Singh, Vice Chancellor, JSS Mysuru, and Dr. Abhay Jeri, Chief Innovation Officer, Ministry of HRD, Government of India, New Delhi. The inaugural function was presided by Dr. Milind Umekar, President APTI, Dr. Raman Dant, Secretary APTI, and Dr. T.M. Pramod Kumar, Organizing Chairman, 25th APTICOM 2022. There were about 1,580 registered delegates participated from different disciplines from all parts of country. This 25th APTICOM 2022 provided an opportunity for researchers, academicians, industrialists, and pharmaceutical scientists from all over the country to realize the vision of the healthy India. The 3 days convention had scientific deliberations by renowned speakers from reputed research organization, industries, and academia at a national level. There were 21 invited speakers from reputed research organization and industries participated in the convention and delivered lecture at this event. There was a huge response from the academia and industry partners for participating in the event. A total of 23 industrial sponsors and 29 academia sponsors supported the event. There were 150 distinguished invitees for conducting scientific sessions, evaluating oral and poster presentations, In total, 273 oral presentation and 557 poster presentation were made and evaluated at the event, along with 13 exhibition stalls of various industries and equipment suppliers were also participated in 25th APTICOM 2022. There was overwhelming response from all the participants, but the success of the event could not be achieved without unconditional support from our beloved Pro-Chancellor, Dr. B. Suresh, who guided us each and every step for organizing this convention. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. The tremendous support from the organizing chairman of the event, Dr. T.M. Pramod Kumar, Principal JSS College of Pharmacy, Mysuru, can never be compensated for a few words of appreciation. Sir, it was not possible without your support and guidance. Thank you, sir. And it is most important, the tireless efforts of all my fellow colleagues and friends, local organizing committee are commendable, and I feel privileged to work with such a dedicated team. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Now, may I request Dr. M.P. Venkatesh, sir, to kindly take away and do the prize distribution.
Good afternoon, one and all. Submitting my humble pranams to the lotus feet of His Holiness Swamiji, I have the privilege to stand before you to announce the prize winners. As my colleague Dr. Balamuralidhara has already said, we have received more than 1,200 abstracts, out of which, with a daunting task, we have approved more than 950 abstracts for oral and poster presentation, and about 900 abstracts in oral and poster category were evaluated in a single day, with 8 oral presentation halls and 3 sessions of poster presentation. The results have been tabulated and I have the privilege to announce the prize winners. We'll start with the results of poster evaluation, Stream 1, Pharmaceutical Technology and Pharmaceutics. The first prize is backed by Nupur Chaudhary of JSS College of Pharmacy, Mysore. I request them to come out the stage and receive the certificate and the prize. Nupur Chaudhary. Second prize is by Lenisha Ashlyn Sikveria from JSS College of Pharmacy. Lenisha. Any of the friends on their behalf can receive the prize. They have to come quickly onto the stage. The Stream 2, Varun HP from Krupanidhi College of Pharmacy have bagged the first prize. Varun HP. Request Varun HP or a staff or student from Krupanidhi College of Pharmacy, Bangalore to receive the prize. The second prize in Stream 2 goes to Sumera of Aditya Bangalore Institute of Pharmacy and Research, Aditya Biker College. Sumera, staff and students of Aditya Biker can receive this. Krupanidhi College of Pharmacy prize will be received by Ramadan sir. Sumera. Sumera from Aditya Biker. Stream 3, the first place goes to Ketaki Dane from Indira Institute of Pharmacy, Devrug Ratnagiri. Ketaki Dane. Staff and student of that college can receive the prize. Second prize for stream 2 goes to Dr. Santanu Saha from NGSM Nette Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences. Stream 4, the first place to Babikar Bashir from Kaili College of Pharmacy. Second prize is backed by Mary Manisha Mannam from St. Paul's College of Pharmacy. And a stream 5, the first place goes to Shri Bhavana from Shri Ramachandra Institute of Higher Education and Research. Shri Bhavana. The second place is bagged by 3 people. Nandita Satishan from National College of Pharmacy, Manasari, Kozhikode. Chandana C from Sri Siddhaganga College of Pharmacy, Tumkur. And Rajesh Hadia from Sumandeep Vidya Peeth, Gujarat. Stream 5, the second place is shared by 3 of them. Nandita Satishan, Chandana C and Rajesh Hadia. Chandana second place. Stream 6, the first place is bagged by Ruben Nazareth of JSS College of Pharmacy, Mysore. Ruben Nazareth, Stream 6. Ruben Nazareth, first place in Stream 6. The second place is backed by Ture TR from Srimati Kishore Bai Boyar College of Pharmacy, Nagpur. Any staff and students from that college can please receive the prize. And the overall APTI Best Poster Award is backed by Varun HB of Krupanidhi College of Pharmacy, Bangalore. I request Raman Dansal to we'll move into the oral. The next is oral presentation results. The stream 1, we have 3 prizes. The first place is backed by Tanvi Bhatt of JSS College of Pharmacy, Mysore. The second place is shared by two students, Priyanka Ambadas Sonar from PS Modern College of Pharmacy, Pune, and Komal Savadati from JSS College of Pharmacy, Mysore. Priyanka Ambadas Sonar from PS Modern College of Pharmacy, Pune. Komal Savadati from JSS College of Pharmacy, Mysore. Anyone else can receive the prize on her behalf. Leave it, she's not there. The stream 2. The first place goes to Akshata HS from JSS College of Pharmacy, Mysore. And the second place is backed by Kusuma Kumari Garikapati from JSS College of Pharmacy, Ooty. I request any staff or student to receive the prize on the behalf. Stream 3, the first place is backed by Gurugabelli Saujanya from Andhra University. Stream 3, Gurugabelli Saujanya from Andhra University. And the second place is backed by Shantini Nachiyar from Satyabama Institute of Science and Technology. Any staff and student of either the college, please receive the award, the prize. We move to stream 4. The first place is backed by Dr. Sneha Bagle from D.Y. Patil School of Pharmacy. Second place is backed by Manish Agwale from Srimati Kisortai Boyar College of Pharmacy. We'll move to stream 5. The first place under stream 5 oral is backed by Dr. D. Praveen from St. Peter Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences. And the second place goes to Dr. Remit Jackie Dias of Government College of Pharmacy, Karad. First place is Dr. D. Praveen. In the second place, Dr. Remit Jackie Dias. Last thing is stream 6. The first place goes to Tanush D from JSS College of Pharmacy, Mysore. Tanush. The second place is shared by two students, Sangeeta Mishra from JSS College of Pharmacy, Mysore, and Shibila NT from Al Shifa College of Pharmacy. Shibila NT from Al Shifa College of Pharmacy. Any staff or student can receive the prize on the behalf. With this thing, we come to the end of the prize ceremony. I thank all the scientific committee, oral and poster presentation team, my volunteers who have worked for more than 2.5 months in preparing and executing it. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you and congratulations to all the prize winners. Now, may I request Dr. Ramandang sir to kindly take over the stage.
The statement was confusing. Take over the stage. I thought like Hanuman, physically I have to take. Anyway, thank you. So I am here on behalf of my team, Honorable APTA President, Vice Presidents, Women Convener, and all present here to extend a vote of appreciation to the LOC. So commendable job. We will begin from where we started. So 2 years back, the thought came that we will have the 25th APTICOM at Mysuru because first was happened here, and it is also the golden jubilee of JSS. So applause for that. Big event for all of us. And then obviously, when we start anything auspicious, we have to go to the Almighty, and Almighty of pharmacy is none other than our Suresh sir, who was all enthusiastic, involved at every step from the very beginning. 2 years passed, we could not do much, and then at the nth minute, dates were decided. We thought, sir, we'll extend it. He said, no, once you have decided, we will see. Now decide upon your budget. Then again, we went to Suresh sir to decide upon the budget, and the whooping budget of 1 crore was decided. Then all of us were looking at each other, how this task will be fulfilled. Of course, the Sudarshan Chakra of Suresh sir made it possible. And we exceeded our collections. All credit to sir. Wherever we go, everybody honored us with the sponsorships or registrations. Tremendous efforts were there, but then with sir's word, things moved very, very fast. Sir also saw that he sent his team to Kerala, Hyderabad, Delhi, so that no segment is left and it is honored function from all the zones. Thank you, sir, for all your vision, support, and then guidance. And here at the APTICOM, once the things moved and we collected and we saw that arrangements which were commendable as usual, JSS is master in conduct of such events. Bala was leading, who was having huge load as a young person taking up the baton of JSS, and he did commendably well. Every day we were connecting. Only thing he is telling, sir, you made a habit to me to get up early. Every day 4 o'clock you are messaging. So, okay, you're my morning alarm. So, sir did extremely well. We saw the registrations. We saw the scientific sessions now. Each session had an award, overall award. It's not an easy job. It went up to the magnitude of IPC because though the forum may be small, but then the efforts are the same. So, we thank the registration, accommodation, sponsors, and the arrangements of inaugural, all of you saw. It was tremendous. The galaxy of stars present here, both present and immediate past presidents of PCI were the stars of the show, and everybody relished. The hall was jam-packed. On the dais we were discussing. It is so nice to see all the teachers together on such a big forum. So clap for all the teachers. APTI, EC and AGM both happened here, and with a huge number of participation. And I'm proud to say the seed foundation of the most auspicious, much awaited teachers training and incubation cell has taken place here, sir. Salute to you, sir. We were able to start the collection with a 1 lakh donation from Vandana madam in the name of her father, Dr. Bhalla. So our West Zone Vice President also did not stay back. 1 lakh he also donated from his institute, and I think in the name of his mother. And then Ramana sir, as you know, he's generous, always supported, connecting PCI to APTI very well. He donated 5 lakhs for the Teachers Training Center. Now all are awaiting after the completion of APTICOM, what blessing we get from JSS for the APTI Teachers Training Cell. So, and now coming to the conclusion, you can see the scientific sessions, especially the oral, so well attended. Having in one single hall the program, changing the arrangement, it was really motivating for the speakers. Students also benefited through their poster, oral sessions, everything well organized. We cannot say there is any flaw at all. There is a learning. In fact, we have 6 proposals for the next APTICOM. And believe me, all are telling, sir, agar 60% kar le iska chalega, 45, 50, nobody is ready to say we can do at the level of JSS. Huge success. So that's something great. So on behalf of all of us, we have a small memento for the LOC, especially our Pramod sir, who has really worked very hard in motivating us to get into connect with everything. So that is one thing special about JSS. They connect you, they honor you, they acknowledge you at all forums. So thank you, sir, to Pramod sir, Bala sir, and the entire LOC team, especially the commendable, most trained, most disciplined volunteers. Huge round of applause for them. Sorry for being little partial, but I had the pleasure of having Bala student Gautami and Diksha. They are commendable, sir. I had a learning from them. Excellent discipline. Thank you. So we have a memento presentation. Request Pramod sir to come, our president and the entire team to do the honors. Bala sir, please join. Small token of love from APTI. Huge round of applause for Pramod sir, Bala sir, and the entire LOC, especially the Suresh sir. See, customary part to take the delegates' view also. So we will invite Anupama madam to give the first-hand view of a delegate about the convention. A feedback in 30 seconds.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my second home, JSS, as a proud alumni and a delegate in this conference. I was telling everybody, if anybody finds, like I actually told Dr. Pramod, like a Saas Bahu, if you want to find fault, pick fault, still you will fail. If somebody still finds a fault on any arrangements, it's their mindset, nothing else but the mindset that no, this is went wrong, that went wrong. It's such a huge success, and the teamwork, the volunteers, the organizers, everybody made everybody feel special, and that is a very big commendable job. Congrats, and I feel proud that as an alumni of this institution, even I am part of this. So I feel it's that even I've organized, though I'm just a delegate here. Thank you one and all, and thank you Suresh sir for giving everybody a platform to grow as a student or as a faculty member or your principal. Thank you once again.
Thank you, madam. Quickly, I'll call Jasila madam from Dipsru, Delhi to give her views since she has traveled all the way from north. Next on the line will be Goel sir.
Good afternoon, all. What to say? It was a great success. We are from Delhi Pharmaceutical Sciences and Research University. All the way we have come from Delhi, and JSS have inspired us. What to say? It is a great success. Thank you everyone for a grand success and a great organizing this type of event. Thank you all.
Thank you for inviting me for the feedback. It may be biased because I have been a part of APTI. So I am overwhelmed with the hospitality of the JSS. So all these things will not affect my, you can say, view on what APTICOM 25th APTICOM has been in this JSS. I've seen the enthusiasm a lot in the participants. I have never seen that sort of gathering, which is presenting at a, you can say, marathon. Well, yesterday I came, I was seeing that all the people were presenting posters, orals. Still, there was so much gathering in the hall for the sessions. And that's commendable, sir. Your leadership is always there. And what I can say, that we'll look forward for many more events at your place. And definitely, APTI is, I'll say, thankful, as well as you can say, will always wish to associate with JSS again and again, I think. Thank you very much.
Anyone else has a viewpoint here, can express? Student representative, I think I can call Dhruti. Students' point of view also, we want the feedback.
Good afternoon to one and all. It's a pleasure to me. So after reach to here, after completing this session, there is no word to say actually. Under great leadership, this event was completed successfully. Then as a APTI member, we came to know how to connect the such type of big event. I learned, as well as here I observed, wherever you go, whatever you want, the volunteers, they did very good job. It's a because wherever in hall or in food court or in sessions overall or poster presentations, there are also so many, they arrange it like that, volunteers. So because under this good leadership, they did very good job, as well as I am thankful to our APTI and JSS Mysore for giving this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dhruti Avlani from KD College of Pharmacy, Bangalore. It was a very wonderful experience here. As students, we got to learn a lot from each and every session. Each sessions were very motivating and encouraging. Thank you for this opportunity. We are looking forward for more sessions like this here at JSS. Thank you, sir.
I would like to call upon
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Sandeep Padhare from Bharatiya David deemed to be University, Pune College of Pharmacy. Great organization, great people, great success, great efforts, great volunteers, and a great team elected of the APTI under the dynamic leadership of new elected president, Dr. Milind Umekar sir, and secretary, as well as all the 5 vice president of APTI. We as a teacher hoping the best for the teacher, because this is the organization for the teacher, by the teacher, for the welfare of the teacher. Convention is a different part, but what we observed in AGM meeting, that every focus is related to the welfare of the teacher. So by heart and on behalf of the delegates, I would like to thank all the office bearers of APTI who had taken tremendous efforts to conduct this APTICOM, and the organizer, Dr. Pramod Kumar sir, really very down to earth person. I respect him very much. Thank for gala dinner sir. And when we interacted with him, so we realized that the person and the efforts behind this APTICOM, because the leader, whenever leader is good, ultimately everything will run fast. So on behalf of the delegates, I really thank to management as well as, and what Raman sir said, Almighty, Dr. B. Suresh, we are actually, sir, everyone are the fan of you. And when we were the student, at that time, we know the Dr. B. Suresh. I have the photograph when I studied in the B Farm along with you in one IPC, and now still you are much better and younger than previous. Day by day, sir, you are getting better and better. So God always bless you, and you have to live hundreds year more. So the benefit of the pharmacy and pharmacy teachers. So on behalf of our Bharati Vidyapit deemed to be University Pune College of Pharmacy, Dr. Shivaji Rao Kadam sir, Chancellor of Bharati Vidyapit, and Dr. Atmaram Pawar sir, Principal Pune College of Pharmacy, giving the best regards and thanks to all the APTI members and all the APTI office bearers. And we hope from Dr. Milind Umekar sir, rather we want commitment from the Dr. Milind Umekar sir and team. Whenever there will be the next APTICOM, something change will be there for the welfare of the teacher, and that commitment is necessary as a teacher, because n number of problems with the teacher are there, but it's your responsibility. You are taking that responsibility on your shoulder to solve this type of the issue. If the teacher is happy, definitely he will deliver his lecture by heart. If the teacher is happy, definitely student will be happy, and ultimately nation will be happy. So once again, thank you very much. Wish you all happy, prosperous, healthy, wealthy, and target oriented day. Thank you, sir.
Three prize winners have arrived a bit late for the occasion. I would like to call upon Ketaki Dane to receive the prize. She has received first place in stream 3 for poster presentation, and I request the dignitaries to please give away the prizes. Ketaki Dane, stream 3, first prize, poster presentation. I would call Shantini Nachiyar, stream 3, second prize in oral presentation. Shantini Nachiyar. Shibila NT, second prize in stream 6, oral presentation. If any other prize winners have come, please come onto the stage to receive your prizes. Komal Savadati, she has got second prize in oral presentation under stream 1. Mr. Nupur Chaudhary from JSS College of Pharmacy, Mysore, has got the first place in stream 1 for poster presentation. Nupur Chaudhary. I congratulate all the prize winners. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I request everybody to join us for the national anthem.
जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. All of us can join us with the lunch.